evening, everyone. So we will call this meeting to order, and I will look for any any comments concerning closed session items.
There are none at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. And so we will convene to closed session. reconvene from closed session with nothing to report. And if you will please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please stand. And ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. And Dr. Holman, if you would like to say a few words concerning Tanya Bartlett.
I would. It just really pains me to have to share this, but on Sunday of just 2 days ago, we lost one of our great employees. Tanya Bartlett has served with us since 2016. She's actually a graduate of our system since their earliest years in elementary school all the way up through high school. And Tanya Plum at the time, and then most recently Tanya Bartlett, passed away on Sunday. And I'll tell you, Tanya just gave us so many gifts as a student, but even more so as an employee. Over those 4 years of time, she was just revered up in the Wrightwood area as well as Pinion Hills as an individual who was just grounded in the greatest levels of kindness, an infectious laugh that really disarmed people and connected people to her. She has a long list of our youngest kids who were served, not just at Wrightwood Elementary School and Pinion Hills Elementary School, oh so very well in her preschool teaching role, but also through those of us up in Wrightwood know the little yellow schoolhouse where she also served young kids. So young kids were on her heart all the time. And so, I'm so very thankful for that because of Tanya's really disposition to put students first and on her heart. We are a much better system for her efforts. And so with that background, President Behringer, I would really love to, if you don't mind, have a moment of silence that you'd be able to facilitate in honor of Tanya Bartlett and her wonderful work and service, not just to Snowline, but to this world.
Yes, please. And thank you very much for indulging us in that moment of silence. And that will then take us to our student presentations. Mr. Miller?
Thank you, President Behringer. Good evening, everyone. Tonight we have the honor of having some wonderful students and their teacher join us today. First, I'd like to start off by introducing Mrs. Cheryl Bader. I had the opportunity to work for 5 years with Mrs. Bader at Phelan Elementary School. She was an incredible teacher, is an incredible teacher, but I really loved visiting her class on a regular basis. She had some of the best classroom management and classroom or student engagement strategies that I've ever seen implemented in a lower primary classroom. She was wonderful. Her children loved her and continue to love her. So with that introduction, I'd like to turn it over to Mrs. Bader.
Mr. Miller, thank you. We decided to combine our language arts standards and our science standards and do something a little more hands-on in addition to the web-based learning that we've been doing. So we did a literature unit about animals and their needs, and we did some science work on ecosystems. And our culminating project of that was our animal habitat project. And when the kids presented, it was so obvious that they had they just enjoyed making those so much. I was so proud of their presenting in class. So we wanted to share that with you. So we are gonna keep each to just about 1 minute or so. Have any questions or comments, you're very welcome to do that, of course. So with that said, go ahead, Rowan.
Thank you, Mrs. Bader. I'm Rowan, and this is Penelope, and she is Panda in the Conifer Forest. Pandas need bamboo of different types. They also need conifer forests. A conifer is a tree that has cones like a pine tree or fir. This is a conifer cone. There are only 1,864 pandas left in the wild. That might seem like a lot to you, but compared to 200 to 100 years ago, it wasn't very much. I'm going to show you a map. Wild panda habitat range. Key. Yellow, historic giant panda habitat. The green is China, and the yellow right here is what they used to have 100 years ago. Orange, current giant panda habitat. I don't know if you can see it. It's really, really small dots, but they're orange little dots. It goes right by the panda's foot, out a little bit, and then past the Chang River. My name's Rowan Faust. This is Penelope, and she is Panda in the Conifer Forest. Thank you for listening.
Rowan, we enjoyed that so much. Thank you. You did an awesome job. Thanks, Rowan. That was great. Next, we have Nathan Saldana. Nathan, we are ready for you.
Hi, I am Nathan, and this is my habitat. This is the black American bear. In the forest, favorite food, fish, and they usually live near water where they can catch their stuff. Thank you.
Nathan, what do you like best about your project?
What I like best, what I did was making the lake of my project, because I added rocks. I put a little bit of glue and I added rocks all around. And then I put these little glue things to make the lake. And they're actually called foam beads.
Yep. Nathan, it's just beautiful, and we have appreciated seeing it so much. And thank you for sharing. Okay. Thank you, Nathan. Next, we have Adelaide Adame.
Hi, I am Adelaide, and I made an eagle project because I like eagles, and I wish that one day I could ride one, like tame it. And a project that I made. Eagles in the back, and eagles usually live near waters because their main food source is usually fish. But if they don't have it, they'll feed on tiny critters like rabbits, squirrels, and maybe raccoons. Also, like that, my eagle actually hangs there. It's not glued on. It's there, and I made this chick. It even has a little feet, and I made 2 pieces of eggshell, and I made it out of clay, and it's an eagle habitat, and they live in the forest. And really, it's a bald eagle. I made them out of clay myself. We used hot glue to glue everything in the feet. And
Adelaide, thank you for sharing with us. It was so nice for me to get to see it again. And I enjoyed it very much, and I know everybody did too. And thank you for your great job, Adelaide. We have Dominic Campbell next. Dominic, we are ready for you.
Western gray squirrels live in the woods. They eat eggs, berries, and nuts from small birds. a nest called a dray.
Dominic, thank you. You did a great job. Dominic, what do you like best about your project?
I like the trees. Gluing the leaves on.
And how did you make those trees?
So I got these like paper or something. Paper bag or something. And we spread these out and and then glued leaves with hot glue.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Dominic, it's just beautiful, and thank you so much for sharing with us tonight. We enjoyed it very much. And Dominic, I will see you in the morning, right? So thank you. We are ready for Isaac Alvarez.
I present. I made a forest habitat, and my animal is the fox, the red fox. Red fox predators are wolf, bears, and eagles. Their prey are mice and berries and other stuff. The female foxes have 2 to 10 babies in spring. The babies are gray when they're born. And red foxes live in dens.
And Isaac, the part that you made that shows the underground of your project was just especially interesting. Can you push it forward a little bit so that we can see that part of it? How you made it above ground, and also you made the burrows below, didn't you, Isaac?
That was my favorite part.
Yep. Thank you, Isaac. What a beautiful job you did. And thank you for sharing, Isaac. Very nice. We have Ella Shepherd, and then after Ella, we'll have Naomi. So Ella, we are ready for you.
My name is Ella Shepherd. My project is the red fox in the forest habitat. The red fox fur has a reddish brown color with a white chin and belly. It has a bushy tail, sharp teeth, and a great sense of hearing and smelling. The red fox built a hole in the ground for a home called a den. The den keeps the kid or baby foxes safe and store food. The thing that I like best about my project was learning about the red fox and having fun making the project out of cardboard and paper. Thank you.
And Ella, thank you. Your teacher was having a little trouble with the mute button there. And Ella, I'm so proud of you, and you read so beautifully, and you just did a wonderful job on your project. Thank you, Ella. Thank you. We are ready for Naomi Brown. Looks like Naomi might be stuck there. Naomi, if you can hear me and one of your grown-ups is nearby, it would be okay to go out of the, oh, I hear you now, Naomi. Good.
My name is Naomi Brown, and this is my project. It is about penguins. And I used sugar cubes for the ice sheets. And the fish are for krill because penguins eat krill, fish, squid, and other sea life. Oh, and the habitat is called the Antarctic habitat. And these cotton balls are snow on the ground, and these marshmallows represent glaciers, and these styrofoam balls, they represent snow-covered mountains. And these are just snowflakes, and all of these are my penguins. And this is all the information. Most penguins live in the southern hemisphere, the bottom of the earth. Places like Antarctica, Australia, and New Zealand. This area is an Antarctic habitat. Most people think penguins live in freezing temperatures, but actually they don't. Most live on islands with moderate temperatures, still cold. They live on these islands because there are not many land predators to get them. Penguins can't fly, so they can't get away from predators quickly. But they're great swimmers, so that's the way to get away from predators. But penguins are actually birds, though. Because of the cold temperatures in the Antarctic habitat, plant life is not able to grow that well. Plants with smaller roots like moss, hair grass, and pearlwort can be found around these habitats. Also, fungi and algae grow there, but it isn't very green in this habitat. Now, find milder temperatures in the harsh winter months and spend most of that time in the water. Only the emperor penguins don't mind the freezing winters and stay on their islands.
Naomi, thank you for doing such a beautiful job on your project and for sharing with us all those good facts that you found out as well, that you researched. Naomi, wonderful job. Thank you. So kiddos, I'm so proud of you. You did an awesome job sharing your project with everybody tonight. Just amazing. Thank you for being here tonight. And I will be so happy to see you in the morning. So thanks, guys. Thank you, school board members and administrators, for hosting us tonight.
Thank you so much for sharing. They're wonderful projects. Fabulous job, folks.
Mrs. Bader, thank you so much. And I was really bragging about your time at Phelan Elementary, but I failed to mention that you're proudly serving students over at the Heritage School now. So thank you for everything you do for our kids and their families.
It is my pleasure, Mr. Miller. It is a joy. It really is. So I thank you. So kiddos, we're gonna hang up now, and we'll say goodnight. And I will see you first thing tomorrow morning. Thanks, guys. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Okay.
Wonderful presentations.
That was great.
Thank you, Ms. Bader.
Thanks for seeing my project.
Thank you.
Bye.
Oh, that's adorable. Oh, that was wonderful. Okay. That then takes us to our next agenda item, which would be recognition of board members. Dr. Holman?
Oh, thank you, President Behringer. I think tonight, in this portion of tonight's meeting, it reminds me of dark chocolate, right? It's bittersweet. It's bittersweet to the extent that At this stage, what we're going to be doing is, the bitter part of saying goodbye to two wonderful board members, Kenny Funk and Dave Nielsen. I'll get to that in just a moment, but the sweet part, of course, is the capacity for all of us to recognize years of service that has just been so very meaningful to our district. From a process standpoint, President Barringer, just want to make sure you and your colleagues are comfortable. What we'll do is begin with Kenny Funk and recognize him, allow him to share his words. And then after he is done, then we'll do the same with Dave Nielsen, all the while knowing that, believe it or not, this is the shortest board meeting that they'll ever attend. And so we want to make sure we can keep them here as long as possible. So having heard that process, President Barringer, to your colleagues, is that going to be fine?
That's terrific. Thank you.
Okay, great. I appreciate that. So in this bittersweet dark chocolate time, let's begin with Kenny Funk. Kenny Funk, just for everyone's background, you need some information. Kenny Funk has been a board member for the Snowline School District since February of 2019. He previously served in Colorado. Many people might not know that. He's the director of the Methodist camp. His wife and two children have been just wonderful contributors to the Snowline community. But this is really, of course, about Kenny Funk. And amongst the many just outstanding qualities, I'm going to try to capture my comments about Kenny Funk in his enthusiasm for baseball. And he is a Cubs fan. And I want to say this make this assessment really clearly and quickly. Cubs fans are thought to be lovable losers, but I think half of that is true for Kenny. He's lovable, but he's not a loser. He's been nothing but a winner for us. And mind you, too, the Cubs did win in 2016, the World Series. So they were world champions at that time. And Kenny's been a world champion of a board member for us. We think about the notion of what Snowline is. I think I steal that Southwest line, right? That we are an organization of people that just happens to educate kids. Well, Kenny is just that. He is an individual who represents people first, and he's a servant leader beyond reproach. Just one of the best ones I've ever seen. And just to define servant leader just real quickly, that's the notion of serving before self, right? That Kenny puts all others and the service of others before himself. And that has been evident from day one, Kenny. We are going to miss that greatly. You have just put forth the causes that are all right about here in Snowline for kids and how we best serve them time and time again. You've been beyond reproach in that way, and just so very grateful for that, Kenny. And much like those Cubs year after year, those fans know that they have hope next year, because next year is going to be the year, and 2016 finally was for the Cubs. But for you, Kenny, you have hope every single board meeting, every single moment for these kids and for the staff members who serve them and for this entire learning community. And that was very evident at every single meeting. And you should be proud of that. I'm so very thankful, and we are as an administrative team, for you. And amongst the many legacies that you will leave for us, I want to bring attention to a special one. And that is the notion of just the overall wellness for everybody in our district. You have been nothing but the guardian and the shepherd, if you will, who we're following in that regard. And we just so very much thank you for that, Kenny. It's a very noble cause. I believe it's the right cause, whether it be mental health, for overall wellness, the whole notion of making certain that what's best for kids in their entirety is always at the fore for you. And so, Kenny, I want to also say that really in the spirit of what you have put forth in that regard, we're on the cusp of being able to roll out part of our website that will be a wellness portion of our website that just falls right in line with what you have been pushing forward for kids throughout day one. And I just feel like that's one of many legacies, Kenny, that you will leave for us. It was a short time, but a powerful time. So very thankful that we've been able to access you and your expertise. And much like the Cubs of 2016, you've been a winner year after year after year. And so, my friend Kenny, I'm glad to call you that, a friend. You're a friend of Snowline. And so thank you for allowing me to share what I did on behalf of administration. And so to you, President Barringer, I'll turn it over to you. I don't know if you want Kenny to speak first, or if you as the board members would like to speak.
I'm going to go ahead and take the lead here and just say thank you so much. You assimilated so quickly within our team, and you are just a true professional and just have what's the best interest of kids at heart. You've got an enormous heart, and you just served us so well in this short time that you were with us, and I just thank you so much. Marcus, your comments?
Thank you. Kenny, it's been such a pleasure having you on the board. I mean, great minds think alike. I mean, I don't know how many times we were just in sync on topics we never even discussed. And, you know, that the social emotional part that you've always brought to the district, championed, just fantastic work. I gotta say, it's been such a pleasure. And I hope you and family all the best.
Thank you so much. And is Member Nilsson here? Did he want to say anything to Kenny?
Yeah, I do.
Great.
Kenny, I just want to thank you for everything that you did. I appreciate greatly having you on the board. You brought foresight and intellect into our discussions, and I appreciate everything you did. You've been a great board member, and I wish you the very best. And if there's anything I can do to help out, anything, you just let me know. And I just want to say thank you. And the community says thank you.
Absolutely.
And President Brancher, do you mind if I jump in here too? I should have said, you know, Steve Colomb, unfortunately, you know, can't be with us here tonight, but actually Nancy Stapp has a message that he would like read, if that's okay. Are you okay with that, President Brancher?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, President Behringer. Member Funk, Member Colomb left these wonderful words for you, and I just love what he wrote. He said, to Kenny Funk, Kenny applied to the position of trustee a couple of years ago and subjected himself to a fairly rigorous interview process in order to fill out the term of another board member. It was clear from day one that Kenny had a heart for the students of Snowline. Kenny has been a great addition to our board, and his contributions to our deliberations have always been timely and full of wisdom. I feel a little cheated that we won't have him with us for a full 4 years. The two things I will remember most about Kenny are, I lost my spot, is his support for mental health, as Dr. Holman mentioned, and his many inspirational quotes. I have enjoyed our conversations about baseball before meetings, and so I will leave you with a quote from Ernie Banks, aka Mr. Sunshine. The measure of a man is in the lives he's touched. Thanks for your service, Kenny, and for the many lives you have touched.
Thank you.
Okay, Member Funk, you're up.
All right. Thank you to everybody. I wrote this statement down because there's no way I could get through it emotionally. Otherwise, that's not a tear in my eye. I'm not crying, you're crying. Shut up. So first, I just want to say I love the student presentations. And so please keep those going. Those are the reminder of the job that we need to be doing. When we see those students talk about red boxes and what eagles eat, we're reminded that we're doing the work. And so please, Mr. Miller, keep those going. In the long line of tradition of quotes, I've got one for you. So one of my favorite books, and it's a great movie as well, is the book Contact by the physicist Carl Sagan. And there's a scene in there in which they've selected Dr. Drummond to go onto the machine and not Ellie Arroway, the main character. And they're on the launch pad and they're looking over it. And Dr. Drummond says, I know you must think this is all very unfair. Maybe that's an understatement. What you don't know is I agree. I wish the world was a place where fair was the bottom line, where the kind of idealism you showed and the hearing was rewarded, not taken advantage of. Unfortunately, we do not live in that world. And Ellie simply responds, funny. I always believed the world is what we make of it. But first, I want to thank my family. Without them, there's no go. They were there for me. We did some difficult times. COVID was very difficult, but they showed support, and I want to say thank you to them. To the parents, I challenge you to continue to create an atmosphere where your students can dream and achieve. I know it's hard right now, but they need imagination most right now. They need to know the world is for their making. They need to imagine the world they want to live in, and let's support it so they can go out and get it. To the Snowline community, thank you for the opportunity to serve you. I can tell you this district has a lot of things going for it, from the diversity of our students, the dedication of our educators, the pride in the community, and the opportunities the district provides for its students. Please stay involved. Keep this world safe and wondrous. To my fellow board members, both incumbent and new, you have been tasked with a great responsibility, and from where I have been, sitting with Christine, Steve, and Marcus, you are in great hands with caring professionals whom have your student in mind. Nathan and Daniel, lean on their wisdom. I have found that they will be honest with you and willing to work together. I task you to continue the work of changing the world. As for Dave Nilsson, the community owes this man tremendous gratitude. Dave is a champion for teachers and students. He came to each meeting prepared to fight if necessary, and his heart is as big as the desert. And as a parent of 2 Snowline School District students, thank you, Mr. Nilsson. Dr. Holman, Nancy, Dennis, Alan, Bob, James, Rick, and all those whom faithfully serve this district, I thank you. You are why Snowline is successful, and your work sets the example for high standards. Even in non-COVID times, I was continually impressed with your level of service and professionalism. Please, now more than ever, know you are loved, you are respected, and you are making the belief come true that students can make a difference. Thank you for the Care Solace, and thank you for the continued food service. That shows compassion. And when leadership shows compassion, we all benefit. And we have a great leader in Dr. Holman. I believe that, and I can't say more of how proud I am of him and his staff. Thank you. Principals, thank you for the invitation to see the great work that is being done. I can't say thank you enough for you. I know you come in early. I know you stayed late. I know you did not sleep last night. I know you wrote the extra email, took that extra phone call, sat with the distressed parent, heard from the upset student. I know the work you do, and it has changed my life. Because of you, I will dedicate my work for fighting for your cause. You have a friend in me. I want to thank the support staffs, coaches, aides, food service, drivers, custodial crews, volunteers. All of those are making the world a better place. It's not easy right now, but you make it safer, cleaner. You make it wonderful. Teachers, I'll try to get through this. It is you. It is you that keep a student going. As we stare into the future, I'm filled with hope. You could have not shown up, not been willing to change. You could have gone the other way, but you did not. You showed up, and you showed up with game. You continue to bring it. You are making the impossible part of every day. You took adversity and showed the world what truly amazing people you are. I can imagine how heavy your heart must be, being able to see the smiles you've grown accustomed to, not being able to hear the laughter and camaraderie in the halls and at lunch. The world is unkind right now. You, however, have shown the world what love, honor, respect, and curiosity looks like. When we say game changers, you are the gold standard. I beg you, please continue to carry the burden. You are the best hope for giving the students the opportunity to make the world they want to make of it. I'll continue to pray and think of you. And please, if there's anything I can do for you, I'm a call away, or a grocery store visit, or a basketball game, or we share a community. Finally, to the students and graduates of Snowline School District, I have a simple challenge for you. Make the world the way you would want it. The people I have just mentioned have given you the templates and the tools. They lift you up, pick you up, cry you up, and when you need them, they're there. Showing past and future generations that when the world was nearly at its worst, you persevered. You owe them your respect, your kindness, and you owe them your best. Please know that you are not alone in this quest. There are so many people behind you cheering you on. I am one of them. There are so many who have gone before you, and they're pulling you. All I ask in return is to simply believe the world can be what you make it. Now, go do it. Thank you.
Bravo. Thank you so much, Member Funk. That was wonderful. Okay, well, this is a difficult meeting for us all. That then takes us to Member Nielsen. Dr. Holman?
Boy, thank you, President Behringer, and again to Member Funk. Thank you so much for all those wonderful words, and I'd like that you haven't signed off yet, because I know you'll probably have maybe even a couple more you might want to add, even though you spoke the greatness of Dave Nielsen. And so that's where we're going next. Remember this, maybe the spirit, and maybe because I'm hungry, but we're talking dark chocolate. This is the second half of that dark chocolate, right? The bittersweet piece. And we go to Dave Nielsen. I mean, truly, rarely do we get to ever, I guess, work with, associate with a historic figure. And I don't use that term lightly. Dave Nielsen is a historic figure who has a historic family, and there's evidence of that here tonight. Not enough room in that screen to fit his family, who supports Dave Nielsen. Just real quickly, some specifics. Dave Nielsen's first job with the district, and an incredibly important one, was in 1981 as a member of the very first board, when the Snowline Joint Unified School District was unifying itself. I will tell you, he's a very young man. I was a student back then, and he was a very, must have been the youngest board member in the history of the world there. But with that being said, truly on that very first board, and you think about the challenge, truly, of bringing together multiple communities into what I would argue is the most important letter of the most important acronym to all of us, SJUSD, unifying a community through what I am biased toward, and that is the public education that every student deserves. What a powerful, powerful cause. And Dave Nielsen, that historic figure, was on that first board. And then he's a bookend. He truly is a bookend of history here in Snowline, because while Snowline is not done and his legacy will never be done, he was a board member for 12 years as well, beginning in 2008 all the way until right now. Now, in between, he was a teacher for us, and we benefited oh so greatly from his teaching over the years. And he was also an administrator, director of maintenance and operations and facilities when Snowline was growing at its most rapid, when Snowline was growing so rapidly that roads were being put in with telephone poles sometimes in the middle that he would have to correct, and that portables were coming by the dozens at a given time. Dave Nielsen, that historic figure, was able to shepherd us through those times. And I would just say this, and just trying to encapsulate him, and I just consider him a friend like Kenny, and I think he truly has been the conscience of our community. It's not lost on all of you. His last name is Nielsen, and that Nielsen Road is named after his family. And while the spelling is incorrect, I want to be very clear, that's not his doing. He does know how to spell his last name correctly. That's due to the county, and a mistake that was made that still to this day has not been corrected. Dave, someday we're going to have to do that. We owe that to you, to say the least, and not, if not very much more. But I bring up that history and all the roots of his family, his children who work and serve us oh so very well, his grandkids who've been going through our system and doing and being so successful, and of course Marlena, who I will tell you is a board member. I would say honorarily a board member, because Marlena, we've talked to you numerous times on the telephone. You do oh so very well maintaining that very busy calendar of Dave. And Dave, I've learned from you as a husband, what do? We ask our wives, where do we need to be? Marlena does it for you. Kathleen does it for me. Marlena, thank you too for your great, great efforts. But back to Dave and being really the conscience. You're also the heart and soul of Snowline. Kenny mentioned it very well, Dave, and I will tell you, you have always pushed us to be the best. From 1981, when I was a student, I recognize that now upon reflection. I wasn't smart enough to realize it now, but I reflect now and realize you did that back then. And Dave, you have done it all the way through 2020. Some evidence of that, you've been at the forefront of expanding programs for students, expanding programs on multiple fronts. And when we talk about our mission statement, ensuring endless possibilities for all students, Dave, you operationalize that as a board member by virtue of expanding career technical education with the help of all the other wonderful people who do that. But being the one who's leading that cause, being the guardian of that. And Dave, I just can't tell you how much we as a community need to be thankful to you, grateful for your actions, indebted to your service. And I guess I would just maybe finally, say in my comments with this, Dave. I've had the good fortune, and I don't want to leave off this family, but a good fortune of spending some time with your mother. I think, if I'm not mistaken, she'll be 101 years old in a week or so. And in having those conversations, I think about my mom too. And I guess I would say, Dave, maybe this is the greatest compliment I can give you, because your mom has been a legend here in this community and has built Phelan and the surrounding communities with hard work and so much more that I don't even know. But Dave, I will just say this, that knowing what I know about your mother, I think right now, the greatest compliment I can give you is I bet your mother's incredibly proud of you. So Dave, thank you. I turn it back over to President Barringer. We're gonna miss you greatly. Thank you so much.
Most definitely you will be missed, Dave. You have been a great mentor for me over the years, and just really, really helped guide the practice of being a good ethical board member, and being that voice for all stakeholders is so important. And the way that you have such a passion and advocate for what's best for kids sets a great example. And you are leaving a lasting legacy. And I just, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much. Member Hernandez?
Thank you, President. Dave, it's been such an honor to sit behind the dais with you, to share that seat next to you and virtually for these last 9 months. I feel regretful that I've only been able to scratch the surface of the depth and breadth of your knowledge. And, I'm one that just likes to soak it up. And it seems like you have just an endless supply of that. And, someday maybe I can tap into that. But it's been a real honor to serve alongside you, and I hope you all the best. Thank you so much.
And I know Miss Nancy has some comments.
I do, Dave. These are from Member Colomb to you, Mr. Nielsen. He says, thanks, Dave, for your many long years of service in all your many capacities. You are truly a Snowline icon. You have always had the best interests of our student community in mind. I have learned much from you, and you have caused me to rethink a number of important issues. You have been visionary in your support and promotion of career education. Students in our district have a lot more choice here than in other districts. Students are more engaged in education and highly motivated about their future when they have a clear insight on how they might live and work when they leave school. Your leadership is making sure Snowline is operating in a financially responsible manner, is also representative of how much you care for our students. Snowline's ability to exercise its local control depends on our fiscal responsibility. I have been honored to serve on this board with you these many years, and I will miss working with you. May God continue to bless you.
Thank you, Nancy. Were there other public comments?
I do have some public comments for Dave if you want to do Member Funk first.
Okay, yes, please. Member Funk?
Dave, I just have 3 words. Gratitude. This district, this high desert, this state owes you gratitude, endless gratitude. You're a fighter and you're a champion. The second word is inspiration. You made me want to be a better board member and a better community member and a better understanding of all things. You were an inspiration to me. And last, probably the greatest title I can put on, a friend. As long as I'm here, I have a friend. And I can't say thank you, and you inspire me enough. Thank you, Dave.
Oh, that's very kind. And Ms. Depp?
Okay. All right, Dave, I have a couple of comments here that I'm going to read to you that I received from a couple of people that asked us to have these in the community comments. But you'll have checked out by then popping that cork on something chilling. So I need to do it right now. Okay, Dave? Okay. This comment comes from Tracy Stewart. She says, I am so proud to call you my friend, Dave Nielsen. Believe it or not, we have known each other for 37 years when Nielsen Construction built my home in 1982 in Phelan Heights. Wow, my friend. I cannot express how grateful and lucky I am to have met you all those years ago. A few years later, Jeanette Garrica introduced me to you as the new Career Center technician at Serrano High School. And your first words were, hey, Tracy, how are you? It's so good to see you. Then you looked at Jeanette and said, oh, yes, I know Tracy. Excellent choice, Jeanette. She's a wonderful gal. You are always kind and supportive. As an ROP construction teacher, you have taught so many Snowline students about construction through your love of construction and your commitment as a teacher to each and every student. As you decided to represent us as a Snowline board member, all I could say was, vote for this guy and he will make a difference for us, I promise. All these years later, I must say, I kept my promise and you most certainly kept yours. As a Snowline board member, you should be so proud of the fact that you have been able to rise above any situation and deliver the best results no matter what the circumstances. You have made tremendous strides with Snowline School District, and you have always thought about what is best for Snowline and Snowline staff and students. I hope you can now take the time to enjoy your beautiful family. Take some time for yourself and enjoy every moment of your life. Happy retirement, my friend, and please know your presence in our lives has made us all better people. With deep respect and love, Tracy Stewart. So, okay, and then I have another one here. I have another one, Dave. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. You might need a tissue for this one. Okay. It says, Dr. David Nielsen, AKA Dad. This is it. 3 times serving on Snowline School Board, once in the 80s and most currently for the past 2 terms. You have given our district, teachers, and students a lot of guidance and support. You have advocated for teachers, even through tough times, which has resulted in smaller class sizes, early retirements, and support in the classroom. You have advocated for students. You have always supported student options and allowing teachers to teach different courses they have a passion for to spark interest among students. I thank you for that. You have supported our hands-on classes, aka CTE. You have always advocated for students to be prepared for work and college after high school. You believe in preparing students to have skills so they can provide for their families. I have watched our alumni videos posted on our district website. Almost all those videos reference you as their favorite teacher in our district. Your dedication as a teacher has crossed over as a member of our school board. I thank you for your support. From solar panels to fluorescent lights around campus, you have always been a forward thinker on how to save our district money. Money saved to support teachers and students. I thank you for your innovative ideas and creativity. Your love and commitment to our community and students will be missed. You had many goals and a huge vision when you started your journey with Snowline. You've done everything you have said you were true. You have said you were true to your words. On a personal note, as your daughter and a longtime employee for Snowline, I value what you have taught me. I hope one day I can be half the person you are and give to our community the love, commitment, and dedication you so easily give. I love you, and I can't wait to see what you and Mom do in true retirement. Love, Kelly. And President Behringer, may I just say a couple of words on
Please.
that? Okay. Now, Dave, I'm going to keep this short, but I just want you to know, Dave, as I see your family behind you, what an amazing family you have and what a great support. And I moved to this gosh-forsaken high desert in 1992 and didn't know what I had done to myself. And I was driving down Nielsen Road one night, and it was 9:15 at night, and my car broke down. And I pulled over at the corner of the dirt road there, and I didn't have a cell phone at that time, and I didn't know what I was going to do. And believe me, I was a wreck. I was crying. I was all by myself. And this wonderful, sweet old woman came all the way out of her house down to the corner, saw my headlights there, and she helped me. She let me use her phone. She was so kind and so wonderful. And I had no idea who that was until years later, Dave, when you and I were having a discussion and you told me that that was where your mother lived. And so I am so grateful for your mom and for her help from me. And as I see your family all standing around there, Dave, one of my son just couldn't ever find his place to fit in at Serrano High School. And I'm looking at this picture of you all, and I see you who had my son, and he loved your ag science class. And I see Jen and I see Kelly, who, believe me, dealt with my son. And I have nothing but great appreciation to all of you and for all of the work that you've done, Dave, and to your whole family, you know, all of your family that I've gotten to meet over the years, and especially to your sweet Marlena. She's just been wonderful to help me. And so thank you, Dave, for all of your service.
Thank you, Nancy. And by the way, I enjoyed having Danny in the class.
We did too.
Yeah, we love Danny.
We love
Danny.
Danny. And say hi to him for me.
Okay, Member Nielsen, you're up.
Wow. Thank you very much. I appreciate all the comments. I have my notes here. You guys have gone through lots and lots of them. And I just say, I would like to compliment all the board members that I had the pleasure of serving with over the many, many years. And there was a bunch of really good people. And I like our current board. They all have great hearts. They care deeply about our community, and they want to do the right thing for kids. And they give it a lot of consideration, and I know they give it a lot of prayer. And I just say thank you to all of you. And our new board members coming in, it's an exciting time. I couldn't be more pleased. It's time for some new ideas to come in. You guys are going to be bringing in those ideas, and I'm very excited about that. And it's time to get some new thoughts around. Talking to Dr. Holman, I didn't realize he was a student when I was a school board member the first time. And I think they were wrong. Somebody was saying something about 32 years. I believe it was Tracy. I think it was 22 years, Dr. Holman. I think it was about 22 years ago. But anyway, the things that I'm most proud of is our students, our parents, our staff members, our teachers, the people that do all the jobs within Snowline to support those classrooms, our administrative team. I've been around school districts a long, long time, and I can tell you the current administrative team we have at this Snowline School District is one of the best I've ever been around. They're knowledgeable, they're hard workers, they're very, very bright, capable people, and they're dedicated to working on behalf of the students within our school district. And from the community and from me, I just want to say thank you to all, especially what's going on right now. This is the craziest thing that you could ever imagine. What's occurring right now. And so I just want to say thank you to all those district administrators, site administrators for everything they do. This has been some tough times here. The one thing when we founded Snowline, we founded it on several principles. And those principles were that we wanted to keep our class size to where they were teachable. And so our class size was small. We wanted to make sure that we had input from the people in the community and from our teaching staff. We wanted to keep our salary as high as we could. We tried to keep it to the middle of our neighboring districts. We wanted to bring in the concept of teaching students besides academics. Academics are extremely important, but so is students finding their niche, whatever that is. And we wanted to give as many opportunities to students as we possibly could for the amount of money that we had at the time. And that worked out pretty well. That philosophy went on for many, many years, and it still is the undercourse of Snowline School District, and developed a very good school district. I'm very proud of Snowline. I'm very proud of the people that work there. I'm very proud of our students. And I'm very proud of the things that some of the students at Snowline have accomplished within the community. They come back. We have many of them working within the Snowline School District. We have many of them working for the water companies. We have many of them working at the local resorts. There's lots of those students. And I'm just excited about that because it's great when our students graduating can make a good living right here within the area that they want to live. And they all told me when they were in high school and I was a teacher, they all wanted to move away. But they all start coming back. They all start coming back. And Dr. Holman, he fits right into that group, that's for sure. So anyway, I just want to thank all people that have been there. No one person, and you new board members are going to find this out pretty quick, is no one person does this. It's by a group effort. Have your discussions, be open and honest. Put your point of views out there to the best of your abilities, argue your cases, but once the vote is taken, that's it. We all got to be part of that team and move forward from that point on. That's served me well. The other thing that I've always done too, because I ask a lot of questions, and sometimes I ask some real hard questions, but I tried every time to let those administrators know what I was going to ask them, or if it was a principal, whoever it was. I called them up and they knew the questions I was going to ask them. And I always felt proud when they could make me be quiet really quick because I know they gave it some thought and they had some good rationale behind the decision making that they made. And so I just want to say thank you. If anybody wants to know the history, what we did right in the past, what we've done, we've gone through a few of these ups and a few of these downs. More than welcome to call me. And I'm going to be in contact with Nancy because I love to hear her voice anyway. And she'll know how to get a hold of me. So if you ever want to get a hold of me, get a hold of Nancy. She'll track me down pretty quick. And I love Phelan. I love this community, the tri-community. And I'm going to be here for many, many years. And so if you want to know a little bit about the history, that's going to be great. And I'd be happy to share any information that I have with you. So with that, good luck. I see that they have some ginger ale over here behind the camera. And so good luck to you. Make great decisions this evening. And wish you all well.
Okay. Well, with all that being said, you're both leaving huge shoes to fill, which then leads us into our.
I'm
Yes.
so sorry if I can
Yes.
interject. These are unprecedented times, just like was said so very well by Member Nielsen. Normally, at this time we'd be giving our gifts to both members Funk and Nielsen. I will say we can't do that today. We do have them, so those will be forthcoming in the true spirit of COVID-19 in a contactless type of way, obviously to maintain in all seriousness safety. But please know that we have thought about you and we love you both immensely, and know that those presents will be forthcoming very, very soon. So just want to make certain that they probably knew that. Hopefully they expected that, but I wanted to also know, I want the public to know that those will be forthcoming too. Thanks, President Behringer.
Very good. Goodies. Okay. So I see a hand being raised. Mr. Miller?
Yes, just real quick, President Behringer, if you could indulge me,
Yes.
I want to thank Kenny and thank Dave, of course, and just to prove that Dave was a board member when dinosaurs roamed the earth, I've got my Serrano High School diploma here with his signature as clerk from the class of 1983. So thank you there, Dave. And then also, if you could just indulge me for another moment, just a sneak peek at this week's Mountaineer Progress. You should be able to see that in just a second. We've got a nice full page that's a tribute to our new board members, Daniel and Nathan, as well as a wonderful tribute to our two outgoing board members, Dave Nielsen and Kenny Funk. So thank you for your service.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay. And that then takes us to the next agenda item, which is F2, the oath of office.
See y'all. I've hung on long enough. Good luck to you.
Hey, Dave.
So if Mr. Bristol and Mr. Flores will please stand. I cannot.
I know, yeah, President Behringer, if we can do them one at a time, if that's all right.
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
Sure.
It's certainly up to you how you want to do that, but that one.
Oh, okay.
Wonderful. Thanks so much, President Behringer.
Sure. Okay. So
Environment.
we'll go alphabetical by last name. So Mr. Bristol, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name, do solemnly swear
I, Nathan Bristol, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign or domestic,
and the Constitution. Hang on a second. I have it written here. So say that again. I'm reading it. Hang on. Oh.
and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign or domestic,
And the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California.
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation. Sorry, I'm nervous, guy. Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
and that I will well and faithfully
And that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
discharge the duties in which I'm about to enter.
Beautiful. Hooray,
That
hooray.
was terrible.
You may have a seat. Now, Mr. Flores, please rise and raise your right hand and repeat after me. My power now has gone out twice during this meeting tonight, so bear with me if you would, please. I state your name, do solemnly swear
I, Daniel Flores, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign or domestic,
and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States,
to the Constitution of the United States
and that the Constitution of the State of California,
and of the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without, sorry, one more time,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
discharge the duties upon which I am to enter.
Very good. Congratulations. Okay, let's see then. Very good. Welcome, welcome.
President Behringer,
Yes.
I apologize. Member Colomb asked me to read a small statement to Nathan and Daniel as well.
Oh, okay.
May I?
Please.
Okay. Member Colomb says he would like to welcome Daniel Flores and Nathan Bristol as our new trustees. I look forward to working with both of you. Thanks for taking the time to challenge yourself to be a part of the greatest learning community in the high desert. Let me offer a few recommendations that I have found useful. 1, keep an open mind concerning every topic and listen very carefully to every idea. Try to erase any preconceived ideas you may have and don't rush to any judgments. 2, students come first. Do nothing that doesn't have their best interests in mind. And 3, stay focused on setting policy and vision. Stay away from involving yourselves in the day-to-day operations of personnel matters. Thank you, President Behringer.
Very good. Thank you. And so then that takes us to item F3, election of officers, of which Dr. Holman will facilitate.
Yeah, thank you, President Behringer. Welcome to new members Bristol and Flores. Order of business right now at this point in time, every year, is for me to ask and call for nominations for the position of board president. Just to let everyone know after how this process goes, after those nominations are taken and nomination is taken a second and it's voted upon, then I will turn over the rest of the meeting back to the president, whomever that may be. So at this point in time, in my role, it's my duty to call for nominations for president of the board of Snowline Joint Unified School District.
If anybody would entertain it, I would like to nominate myself for board president.
I will second.
Thank you. And I have a second already. So there's a first and a second. First, I'll call for, is there any discussion? No discussion. So are there any other nominations then too? Oh, go ahead there, Member Bristol.
Is Christina done? You want to be nominated?
Well, we do have a first and we have a second from her. And so I guess we'll, yeah, are there any other nominations there, Member Bristol, if not Flores? Oh, so hearing none, so I'll call for a vote. All in favor of having Marcus Hernandez be the board president for the 2021 year, please signify by saying aye.
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 Yeah, I need a roll call vote, Ryan. I need a roll call.
Yeah, I'm sorry. In this environment, we probably do need to do that, don't we? Sorry about that. So my apologies. I'm going back to a time that I'm hopeful for, right? When we're in person. So yeah, let me back up and say we will go by a roll call vote, and I'll begin with Christina Behringer. Christina?
Aye.
Thank you. And then Marcus Hernandez?
Aye.
Thank you. Nathan Bristol?
Aye.
And then finally, Daniel Flores.
Aye.
Aye. So all are in favor and unanimously passed. President for the board, or of the board, excuse me, Marcus Hernandez. Congratulations, President Hernandez.
Thank you so much.
And so with that, yeah, and so with that, I will turn the rest of the meeting over to you. So at this point in time, it is really the duty for you to facilitate the clerk position, right? To call for nominations for clerk of the board for the 2021 school year.
Yes, thank you. So yeah, I guess we will take nominations for clerk of the board. Do we have any nominations?
I'd like to nominate Steve Colomb.
Very good. I don't know if do we need to have him accept the nomination, or is it simply, do we look for a second now?
I'll second.
Yeah, we have done just what you're doing right now before. That's totally fine.
Very good. Thank you, Daniel, for the second. Let's take a roll call vote then. Ms. Behringer?
Aye.
Mr. Bristol?
Aye.
Mr. Flores?
Aye.
And I will vote aye as well. So Mr. Colum will now be our board clerk. Thank you all for that. And I believe we have other positions to fill as well. Is that correct, Dr. Holman?
Make sure yes, I want to make sure I was off mute. You're exactly correct. The next would be clerk, and then moving forward would be the San Bernardino County representative. And we can talk about that after that point in time. So after the clerk, it's the secretary. So
We did clerk, Ryan.
Yeah, did I just say clerk? I'm so sorry. I'm going between my screens. And so then it's the San Bernardino County Committee representative, and then it's the secretary. My apologies there. So this would be for the representative to that committee of board members in San Bernardino County. President Hernandez.
Yes, sir. I'm looking for that on the agenda. Sorry for that. So representative to the county, do we have a nomination? Do we typically, well, I don't know if there's any typical, but is that, can we nominate Dr. Holman to facilitate that? No? Oh,
yeah, this will need to be a board member.
Okay. Okay, so then the San Bernardino County representative, do we have a nomination?
I will go ahead and nominate myself.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Bristol. We'll take a roll call vote. Member Behringer?
Aye.
Member Bristol?
Aye.
Member Flores?
Aye.
And I will vote aye as well. We have Member Behringer as the San Bernardino County representative. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the final position is the secretary. Do we have a nomination for secretary?
I believe we appoint him.
Oh, okay.
Dr. Holman will be appointed as secretary of the board.
I see. So I'll have Dr. Holman appointed as secretary of the board. Okay. Do we need a roll call vote for that as well? All right. Member Berenger,
Aye.
Member Bristol,
Aye.
Member Flores,
Aye.
and I will vote aye as well. Thank you, Dr. Holman, for facilitating the position of secretary.
Well, thank you. Then next, President Hernandez would be us addressing board meetings, time, as it says on there, place, and certainly the dates for the coming year. What's been submitted, of course, are the dates that would mirror what we just had in 2020 for the 2021 year. That's the for the most part, the second and fourth Tuesday of months when we have two, and then you see some sporadic, as we have before, based on holidays, one meeting per month on that list.
Yeah, I think that schedule has worked well for us. It serves us all well. And do we need a yes, Nancy?
Thank you, President Hernandez. If we could do the dates and the time and the place all in one fell swoop, that'll work.
Okay, so the calendar as presented, showing all of next year on the second and fourth Tuesday of the month, meeting at 5 p.m. for closed session and 6 p.m. open session. And I guess we need to take a vote on that or a motion to accept that.
And the place, which would be
Oh,
the boardroom. And
Oh,
yes, yeah, we need a motion and a.
okay. So the place of a meeting for the time being is virtual.
Right.
Does that need to be included, or should we also motion that it's only the district boardroom?
Well, I can tell you that usually we do the district boardroom, and then of course the board decides collectively if they want to hold it at a meeting. They can determine where they want to hold it, if they want to do a special setting. And I always post on the agenda that it's by teleconference at this time.
Okay.
So that's not something that we need approval on.
I see. So can I get a motion to accept the calendar of the second and third Tuesdays of every month as shown on the calendar, other than the months of March, July, November, and December, at a closed session meeting starting at 5 p.m., open session at 6 p.m. at the Snowline District Boardroom. Do I have a motion for that?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Berenger. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Member Flores. We'll take a roll call vote. Ms. Berenger?
Aye.
Mr. Bristol?
Aye.
Mr. Flores?
Aye.
And I will also vote aye to adopt that calendar as presented. Okay, there being no other business, let's continue to item G for community comments. Do we have any community comments tonight?
Yes, President Hernandez, we do. Would you like me to read those?
Please do.
Okay, I will tell you, we have about 7 or 8 comments. A few of them are quite lengthy.
Shall we keep time of 3 minutes and call it at that point? Or do we have consensus from the board to read them in full? I would suggest that we limit it to 3 minutes, and I guess I can. I'll keep the clock for that. If you give me just a moment to set that up. All right, whenever you're ready, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. This is an anonymous submission. Hello, I am the parent of a Snowline Joint Unified School District student and would like to express my views on the return to in-person learning, which I am 100% in favor of. My daughter is an elementary grade student who, until March of 2020, loved school. At the time of the shutdown, she was advanced beyond the required standards for the end of the school year in her grade level and likely the next grade level. She was excited to go to school mainly for recess and lunch, but also to learn and interact with her beloved teacher, friends, and other school staff. Since that time, she has become moody and defiant, despite weekly counseling sessions with our school counselor and a counselor she has seen through our health insurance provider. She regularly tells me she hates school and doesn't want to do any of the work. A student who once was motivated to do anything it took, even homework, to have the privilege to attend school now kicks and screams at her caregivers and expresses how much she hates school and wishes it didn't exist. She now tells us she is a bad person because she doesn't want to participate with her class during class time or do any of the assigned work. I am pleading with you to consider my child, who in a loving education and mental health focused home has become angry, frustrated, and isolated as a 6-year-old. For every letter you receive from a parent asking you to consider the well-being of his or her student and to support reopening once allowed, there are so many more that didn't write in that feel the same way. Parent surveys come out to us, and we have shown time and time again that we want our students back. And for any that don't, they have that option. I am asking that my student have the option to do what is needed for her. COVID is real, but the risk can be mitigated with all of the safety precautions and equipment in place. Schools across the nation are opening safely, and Snowline absolutely can too. Through contact tracing, it is being proven that the spread is coming to school employees because of behavior outside of work, not employee to employee. Please don't punish my daughter and the other students of Snowline who are responsible too for their behavior of adults. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for that comment. We appreciate it.
I'll try to
Any more
read as quickly as I can so that I can get there.
That was perfect. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Another anonymous comment. Hello, I am a teacher at one of our elementary schools. We need to start returning for the sake of our students. This type of schooling is failing some of them. I see it every day. I have 4 students in my class that have not done any of the work that is assigned to them. About half of my class are struggling in one way or another. I have only 8 to 10 students who I would say are getting anything from the remote school setting. The data I see in my classroom mirrors that of large studies. Across the nation, failing grades are skyrocketing, going up 2 to 3 times higher than in past years. Students with 2 or more Fs on their report card went up by 83%. There was also a 70% increase in failing grades among English learners. This just shows that the most vulnerable students need to be in school. On November 19th, CDC Director Dr. Robert Redfield claimed, "We've gathered data over the last 2 to 3 months and confirmed that K through 12 schools can operate with face-to-face learning, and they can do it safely and they can do it responsibly. The truth is, for kids K-12, one of the safest places they can be from our perspective is to remain in school." This is supported by the COVID-19 school response V2 dashboard statistics. The current average for community positivity rate is 6.4%. When you compare that to the student infection rate, which is 0.22%, and the staff infection rate, which is 0.42%, those rates are incredibly lower than the community positivity rate. I understand that there are teachers who have legitimate concerns about returning to school. Although recently a colleague stood in the office and told me that they did not really want to come back because this is so easy. I have heard this same comment from other teachers at our district. In no way am I saying all teachers feel this way, and many teachers are putting in more work than before. It is hard to know who are truly concerned versus those who enjoy the style of teaching. We need to talk about the community that we serve. Many do not have the choice to stay at home. Teachers are often called heroes, yet firefighters do not meet on Zoom with a burning building. They go face to face with it. A paramedic does not have a Google Meet with a car accident victim. We need to step up and act like heroes. More than half of the students' families in my class are willing to send their kids back. Why keep them out if they are comfortable coming back? And I am comfortable having them. I want to stress that people who do not want to come back should not be forced to go back. Although in the same regard, we should not be kept from going back by them. I have the utmost faith in the district, site administrators, custodial staff, and most importantly, myself, to deliver a safe environment where students can learn. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment.
Okay, I have a comment from teacher Sharon Whitehead. Thank you in advance for reading my letter aloud. First, let me thank all the school board members, our administrators, classified staff, and all the educators who are rising to meet the needs of our students during this very challenging time. I am very blessed to be a part of such a caring and hardworking school district. I am writing this letter to voice my concerns over what is happening to our children during this COVID pandemic. As a parent in the district, I am very unhappy at the recent turn of events in my son's education. Learning by himself at a computer is the worst thing to happen to him and most children. Children need to be in a classroom with their peers. Learning should be fun, interesting, and even sometimes exciting. None of that is happening now. Children sit by themselves for hours and stare at a screen. This is very sad. We know children are more successful in school when they learn in groups and help one another. Learning happens when children interact with each other and help each other, not through boring seclusion and isolation. Some parents like myself work, and I have a very difficult time helping my son with his work and school schedule. It's not his fault I have to work, but I have to pay bills. So my son and many like him are not getting the education they deserve right now. Our children deserve a great education, period. I pay taxes and I expect my tax dollars to go to educating the children. How can I expect poorly educated children to run the world as successful adults? Our children are slowly falling behind in their education, and I just can't take it any longer. We simply need to stop this nonsense and open up schools. As a teacher, I am fully ready to come back to school. I am not worried about getting COVID-19, nor my son getting it either. If you go to the CDC website, you can see the current death rate for COVID-19. Here is the breakdown. 0 to 19, 0.003%. 20 to 49 years, 0.02%. 50 to 69 years, 0.5%. 70 plus years, 5.4%. As you can see, the death rate for COVID-19 is virtually non-existent for children. The death rate for adults up to age 49 is also very rare. As we age and have more health problems, COVID-19's death rate does increase. So if I were over 70 years old and have health problems, I would probably want to shelter at home until the nation gets herd immunity. Needless to say, our schools do not teach the elderly, nor do we have educators over the age of 70. Therefore, we can get the children to return to school ASAP. Of course, I know there are families and teachers who are not ready to come back to school. We could link those teachers and those students together. I am sure we can think of very creative ways to get everyone back to school who wants it and help those who need to stay sheltered from COVID. We all need to come together for what is best for children. It is clear what is happening now to our children. Okay.
That's over 3 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
The next comment is from teacher Carol Fairman on returning to school. I am writing this letter as a teacher in this school district who would like to see our schools be allowed to open as normal. I remember in 1991 when I was first hired by this wonderful school district, and one of the buzz phrases in education at that time was critical thinking. We were taught in my college education classes to have children question and research ideas and theories. There are many questions that are not being addressed in our world today. Important changes are being decided for our state, our country, and our school district quickly and without question as to if this is the correct direction we should be going in. There are many scientists who think children should be allowed to go to school in the usual way. I have attached the link for the Great Barrington Declaration that explains this in more detail. At the present time, it has been signed by more than 893 medical practitioners and 12,662 medical and public health scientists. I know there are other teachers that feel the same as I do and would be more than willing to have the students in the classroom with minimal mask requirements. The CDC shows the death rate for ages 0 to 19 years to be 0.003%. I have always said to the people that a teacher in an elementary school is in a germ warfare every day. Masks in the school setting will only be more of a germ spreader. People touch their faces more than they are wearing a mask, which will lead to more germ spreading. Germs will accumulate in the mask, which will increase the chance of getting sick. When someone is sick, they should stay home and get better. I am seeing firsthand the gap growing bigger between the students who have support at home and those who have little support. I see kids in my individual meetings that look forward to that little bit of time through Google Meets to see other students if they have not been around many other kids since March. On the other hand, there are students who are excelling because they have support and intrinsic motivation to learn. For most children, it is devastating not to be in school, both emotionally and academically. I know there are staff members who are vulnerable, and those should be protected, as well as vulnerable people. The Great Barrington Declaration discusses that as part of the Focused Protection Plan. Those of us that are healthy should go on with life as normal to build the herd immunity. Thank you for reading my letter. I just wanted you to know that there are teachers that are advocating for children going back to school, as that is what most children really need.
Thank you for that comment.
The next comment is from teacher Lisa Bradford, and it's regarding returning to school in-person learning. I would like to thank our district for their work in organizing small cohorts in preparation for returning all students to the classroom. As a teacher at Serrano High School, I support and applaud the efforts to return to normalcy within the schools. I want you to know that I am ready to return to the classroom, and I am willing to work toward a safe return to school and to practice safety protocols once I am back in the classroom. Please continue your work and efforts towards a full return to the classroom. It's what the students need, and I look forward to the day we are back in the classroom.
Thank you also.
This comment is from Jeremy Mueller, and it's in regards to returning to school. To whom it may concern, this letter is intended for consideration as our Snowline School District is attempting to navigate the difficult decisions surrounding the COVID-19 pandemic. Obviously, these are challenging times and there are no one-size-fits-all solutions. I understand that our district must weigh the health risks involved with any decision it makes, and there will be some who disagree with your decisions regardless, as there are many different opinions about the best way to move forward. My interest in this is from the perspective of a concerned parent of a 10th grade student who attends Serrano High School. Prior to the pandemic and shutdowns, he was involved with many school activities, including marching band, wind ensemble, and JV soccer. Juggling marching band and soccer was a challenge for him, but he enjoyed the challenge and camaraderie of both enough that he did not wish to choose one over the other. He has been a high-achieving student during his academic career. He was a busy, happy, and successful young man. As his parents, we have seen a large portion of his identity basically put into a box and taped shut. He now sits in front of a computer all day, either working in online classes or playing video games. This is practically the only social interaction he is getting at this point. We have always expected him to achieve A's and B's in his classes. Now we are seeing him struggling to pass some of his classes, and I believe his self-esteem is also suffering as a result. This is very unhealthy for a 15-year-old boy. I can tell you from firsthand experience that our kids are not adjusting well to this new reality. The kids are not all right. I would ask you to please consider the other long-term aspects of overall health beyond the risk of contracting the virus that your decisions will affect. I believe that we can find a way to navigate these challenges while balancing all of the health risks involved. I know that our state health officials have their focus only on containing the virus and limiting the population's infection rate, and I do not believe they are considering the other long-term effects that their edicts are fostering. Please find a way to return our kids to a sense of normalcy and purpose that we all took for granted until just so recently. Jeremy Mueller, concerned parent.
Thank you, Jeremy.
This is from a anonymous teacher. Dear President Behringer, board members Hernandez, Nielsen, Colomb, Funk, Flores, Bristol, and Dr. Holman. I would like to start by saying thanks for your continued leadership during these extremely challenging times. As an elementary school teacher in the district, I feel like it needs to be known that there are many of us teachers that are wholeheartedly ready to go back to work teaching children in person. We believe it can be done in a safe manner and that we should absolutely 100% be moving in this direction, using whatever means possible and necessary as a district to get kids back in classrooms. The science overwhelmingly shows that children are far less susceptible to this virus, and new CDC survival rates show even the most vulnerable populations have an extremely high rate of survival when it comes to COVID. We have learned so much about COVID-19 since we began the lockdowns in mid-March. With science reporting 99% survival rates, with doctors and hospitals having far more and extremely effective therapeutics, and with rapid testing being available all over the county, there is no reason why we can't begin to implement a reopening of our elementary school for all students, including those in general education, as well as those in special education under an acute needs cohort model. As studies are showing, the number of students failing in a remote school setting are increasing exponentially. Failing rates in Fairfax County, Virginia have gone up 83% amongst the general population, 111% in special education, and 106% amongst the ELL population. We are absolutely failing our students under this model of teaching and learning. Now, I understand that there are those in the district that are concerned about the virus, and many rightfully so. As a district, then, we should provide these at-risk, compromised staff members opportunities to work remotely. For example, these staff members should be the first ones to be offered remote teaching positions. Also, these teachers should be offered long-term subs for their classes until a vaccine is readily available. By no means am I saying that all teachers, all staff members, or all families should be forced to come back to school. At the same time, those of us who are young, healthy, and extremely low rates of being in any danger from this virus should be given the opportunity to return to work to educate the students of the families who wish to send their kids back to school. 24 of my current 25 families said they would be comfortable sending their kids back to school in a cohort/hybrid model. And this can be done safely. After seeing one of the cohort special education classrooms and all of the precautions put in place, keeping both students and staff safe, I am even more convinced that we can do this safely. Lastly, over Thanksgiving break, I traveled to Sacramento. Schools all over Sacramento and Placer counties are open. Students in elementary, middle, and high school are going to in-person classes. These counties are in the purple tier, just like we are. How long will we sit idly by and wait for the government to make decisions for us when we obviously know better than they do what is best for kids? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
This comment is from Marlene Urban Funk, who is our outgoing member Funk's spouse. She says, I want to express my gratitude to the board and to the administration. You have had and will continue to have hard decisions to make. I feel that you carry the well-being of the students, teachers, and staff with great care and consideration. Life is throwing curveballs at all of us, and you are stepping up to the plate again and again on behalf of our community. Thank you for that. A special thanks to the board members who are stepping down. Your service and your character are contributions that I admire. To those stepping into the role of board member tonight, I hope that you are grounded in your values. I hope that the faces of our school children and our faculty and staff are ever before you, drawing you into the best decisions possible. Our young people are facing so many challenges. I hope that they can count on the Snowline School Board and the administration to have their backs. And this is our last comment, Nikki Ruiz. She says, my question is, when are we going to come up with a plan and stick with it? My fear is having in-person learning then shut down, which it already has for certain cohorts, and then students having to be back at home and inconvenienced in the students and the parents with schedule changes. Not all families are lucky to have a parent staying at home at all times. Like the San Bernardino School District finally decided to keep a distance learning for the rest of the school year, and a lot of family members were upset. But at the same token, the anxiety of the unknown helped so many families who were finally able to schedule for distance learning for the rest of the school year. We're already halfway through it, and I don't see the point of inconveniencing the students going back and forth in the unknown. For the students and parents, it gives some of us anxiety. We would like to know what the plan is and stick with it. We have already got used to distance learning. We might as well finish out the year with it. I feel we should follow in the San Bernardino School District footsteps and do the same, or at least consider it. Okay.
All right, that concludes our comments. Thank you. Very passionate comments tonight. I do appreciate everybody participating in our meeting in that manner. I'm sure we'll be addressing many of those items discussed in our meeting tonight. So hopefully everybody stays tuned to that. That takes us to item H, the adoption of the agenda. Can I get a motion and a second to adopt the agenda for tonight's meeting?
I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda.
Thank you, Member Bristol. Can I get a second?
Second?
Thank you, Member Berenger. A roll call vote. Member Berenger?
Aye.
Member Bristol?
Aye.
Member Flores?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So we just adopted the agenda that we are cruising through already. See, that takes us to item I, the consent motion. I think it'd be in order to alert our newest members at this point if there are any items under the consent that you would like to have pulled out to discuss separately. Now would be the time. Other than that, I would like to have a motion to accept the consent motion as presented.
I'll make a motion to accept.
Thank you, Member Bristol.
Second.
Thank you, Member Flores. Any items to be pulled? Any discussion? Very good. Thank you. Let's take a roll call vote. Member Berenger?
Aye.
Member Bristol?
Aye.
Member Flores?
Aye.
And I'll vote aye as well. So the consent agenda is approved. We just approved items, the minutes of the regular meeting of November 17th, approved personnel motions, the authorization to piggyback on bids awarded on other public agencies and districts, the approval of the strong workforce strengthening post-secondary transition grants memorandum of understanding, approval of the professional development of the teaching pyramid, the final settlement agreement for special education student, and resolution number 21-1474 and annual developer fees, statutory school fees and mitigation payments report for fiscal year 2019-2020 in compliance with Government Code section 66001 and 66006. And the ratification of the district financial transactions, taking us to item J1. Mr. Miller.
Thank you, President Hernandez. Please bear with me while I put up my screen here. All right, going all the way back to March, we know what a detriment this season has been to our students regarding just remote learning and trying to provide our students with the very best education that we can. We cannot possibly ask anybody to work any harder than they already are. And once again, we are working in a very unconventional learning environment as what our system is built to do. So we feel for all of the children, families that are out there that are struggling during this time, and even students who don't appear to be struggling, that are being successful academically. Don't be fooled. There are many of them, my daughter included, that are struggling from a social emotional aspect of being disconnected from peers in the actual physical buildings of the schools. So with that being said, I wanted to set us up for something that we can control, and that is some specific things that we can do, tangible things that we can do to support our students over at Serrano High School, our seniors specifically. This presentation is specifically addressing Serrano students. We're not intentionally leaving out our NTS, our non-traditional students, but they fall under a different graduation requirement system, and they feel that overall they are in a very good place to graduate a vast majority of their students when summer comes. Not to say they don't have any challenges, but we are seeing some very glaring challenges over at Serrano High School. Got some wonderful people joining me tonight from Serrano. I've got Sabrina Merrick, one of their Dean of Students. I have Counselor Michelle Scribner, and I've also got Principal Willie Jones. I believe Andrea Morrison was going to join us, but I don't think she's here tonight, but she has been an instrumental part of this work and these collaborative discussions that have been focused on supporting Serrano seniors. So as you can see on my first slide, the theme here is supporting Serrano High School's seniors on the path to graduation. To give you a brief glimpse into the current reality that we are facing with our seniors over at Serrano, and then I'm going to turn it over to the experts who can give you a much better picture than I can of what they're facing over there on the hill over at Serrano High School, trying to support these kids. You can see here on this slide, compared to traditional school years, there has been a significant increase in the number of D's and F's that are being received by students this first semester over at Serrano High School. Many of them, as I alluded to earlier, are struggling with remote learning and are not being successful, and just overall struggling with the current educational landscape which has existed since March of last school year. Strategic action needs to occur to ensure that the seniors at risk of not graduating are set up to successfully do so in June. And it seems like a real dire circumstance here, but it's something we can definitely overcome, and we have some tangible tactics and a sound strategy to do so. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to our experts over at Serrano High School. I'll start with Dr. Willie Jones to maybe even provide some more detail in the situation over at Serrano.
Thank you, Alan, and thank the board members for this time. Just want to let you know that this is just a small representation of our team. We have teachers and administrators and other leaders part of this team trying to be proactive in this sense. And so starting from the summer, we begin to meet on into the first quarter where we saw significant numbers of D's and F percentage rates. I believe that rate was 36%. And so we continue to monitor and see those percentages rise a little bit and then go down and then rise again. And so this is hopefully an effort to help our seniors get to graduation and look at our graduation rate. So right now, with the second quarter progress report, we have a percentage of 38.2. Now, we have not had the first semester. Finals are ending on Thursday. And so we will get more information on where that percentage is going to be after this semester ends. And then what we'll do is begin to look at interventions moving forward. But this is one step in that direction. One of the things that we want to look at is normally at the second semester, we do begin, the counseling department begins to try to identify students that are not on track for graduation. And so they begin to look at their 4-year plans and begin to make arrangements for those students to transition into our non-traditional schools. And so with the compaction of our non-traditional schools, we are looking at other options at this point to hopefully offset some of those kids having to go to NTS and have those students here at Serrano. And so I would like to open it up to Mrs. Scrivener and Mrs. Merrick if they have anything else to add to that, if that's all right with Mr. Miller. I'd like to open that up for them if possible.
Yes, please. Thank you.
So as Dr. Jones pointed out, over the course of the semester, we've definitely seen a large increase in the number of D's and F's for all of our students. But our biggest concern is for our seniors, because obviously the time is not on their side when it comes to finalizing their graduation requirements. We're very used to having some students in their senior year not pass their senior English class or their government or economics class, which are must passes in order to finalize those graduation requirements. And so we can work with those students to make sure that they get what they need. We have, place to help make sure that they still have opportunities to earn those credits. But we're used to that being a pretty small number of students, very manageable. But based on all of the data that we've seen so far this year, we are anticipating that that number is going to be much bigger. Not only will we see more students who don't pass that first semester of English or their first semester government or economics class, based on the trends on the progress reports leading up to this point, they're failing multiple classes. And so we have to figure out how we're going to help them make it all work and keep as many of them at Serrano as we possibly can. In past years, there are students that we do end up suggesting that they transfer to Chaparral because they are so significantly behind that it just wouldn't be possible for them to earn their diploma if they stayed at Serrano. But if they went to Chaparral, because of the difference in our graduation requirements, they would still be able to graduate with a high school diploma. We know that Chaparral can't take every student who may not be able to meet those requirements at Serrano this year because of the unusual circumstances that we have. And we don't want to send all of our students away. We want them to graduate from Serrano. So we've come up with 2 different possible ways to help meet that need. The first is that if they do fail the first semester of English, we would have one of our English teachers take on an additional class during the second semester to be able to teach that first semester again to those students who have failed it the first semester. So they're still working with their a Serrano teacher. They will still work on the capstone project. That is so integral to their total year course for English, but we're keeping them here at Serrano. And then we would do the same thing for government and econ. Because those are semester classes, if they failed government in the first semester, it's going to be offered in the second semester to the students who are in economics first semester, so we can make that work. So I think Mrs. Merrick is going to talk a little bit more about what the English program might look like, but that's one strategy. The other strategy, you consider a reduction in graduation requirements. We had a lot of conversation about this. It was not an easy thing to come to because we would never want to water down the value of the diploma. But when we compared our graduation requirements to surrounding high school districts in the high desert, Serrano has always required 230 requirements or 230 credits, whereas all of the other districts require 220. So we talked about the idea of decreasing that 230 by 10 credits putting us on par with the other districts and giving us a little bit of flexibility for how we can make room in a senior's schedule in the second semester to make sure that they get all of those core subjects covered. The decision that we came up with was to reduce by 10 credits in the elective category. Elective, a lot of times people think, oh, you mean you're picking on all of the teachers who teach electives, but really elective credits can be any subject. For instance, math is a 3-year requirement. Students have to have 30 credits of math to graduate, but we encourage so many of our seniors to take math in their senior year because of the value of having that 4th year. That 4th year of math actually ends up counting as elective credits because they've already fulfilled the first requirement. So we felt like the elective category wouldn't target any one particular subject, any one group of classes or teachers. It really is a category that kind of is spread out across the board. And so that's why we felt it wouldn't be quite as, focused on any one particular area. So those are the 2 different strategies that we're basically proposing that we put in place for our seniors for the second semester to try and keep as many of them with us at Serrano and get as many of them as we have been in the past to that graduation where they're getting that diploma.
Sabrina, did you want to? Okay.
Jump in quickly, sorry, and kind of reiterate what Dr. Jones said and Mrs. Scribner. If we go back to the tactic number 1, where we're talking about the English, having the students, the Serrano senior students with their English teacher, having the 1/6 assignment. And when we met with English last week, they were really on board with this. They want their students to be able to stay at Serrano. They want them to work on the curriculum that they have and have it in line with the capstone and not unduly impact NTS and Snowline Academy, and be able to have that class as, have it as an A through G for students that need an A through G credit, and then possibly having it also for students that need the credit recovery. So a C or higher for A through G, and then either a pass or fail, or, a slightly lowered expectations for students that just need it for credit recovery. So that's something that we're working on with the senior English teachers, the PLC, to come up with exactly how they would want to see that class. And then we did also meet with the head teacher learning leaders who were on board with both tactics when we brought that up.
So once again, just to recap, I really appreciate working side by side with these folks from Serrano. Their heart's in the right place. And, instead of taking a passive approach, they're taking a default aggressive approach, which really needs to be in place. We need to do something. We owe it to these kids. They didn't sign up for this. We didn't sign up for this. We've got to get our kids across the finish line here. And I appreciate it. It's a conservative approach. It's still, making our core subject areas a non-negotiable there. We're still requiring our kids to complete that, but we're going after a benign area, or I don't want to say less important, because we believe we have a nice, robust elective system at the high school. But I would say that this is an area that we can free up a little bit to give the kids the wiggle room, the students the wiggle room that they need to finish up successfully in the second semester. It's still going to be on them. They're still going to be accountable for their own learning, but at least we can reach our hands into that pit that they're in right now, lift them up, and give them the appropriate scaffolds that they need to be successful and walk across that graduation stage at the end of the school year. So once again, the strategy or the goal is simple. It's ensure that Serrano High School seniors are afforded every reasonable opportunity to graduate on time, and then go into the tactics again, allowing teachers to work 1/6 assignments so that they can keep kids enrolled in their classes or enrolled at least with a Serrano English teacher as one example, so that they can continue to work on those capstone projects, and as well as participate in those second semester classes to make sure and ensure that they have the appropriate amount of core subject credits by the end of the school year. And doing the same with econ and government. So if they've failed one or the other class the first semester, they'll be able to double up in the second semester and be able to make up those credits, putting them back on the trajectory for graduation. And that tactic 2, just going back to what we've been talking about, strategically targeting those elective credits so that we can free up space in their schedules to make up those core subjects that they failed in the first semester. And just a note there, Serrano currently has 70 elective credits as a requirement to graduate. Anything else from the Serrano folks here?
All right.
I think Mrs. Behringer had a question.
If I may.
You may, please.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to validate the fact that for those courses with the seniors concerning the English, the government, and the econ, they will still be required to meet the threshold of a C or better for those.
In order to pass and earn the credits, they have to have a D-. In order to earn A through G credit, which is those college entrance requirements, they have to have a C- or better.
Okay, thank you.
I had some questions. Early in the presentation, you had some statistics and there, 38.2%. Was that the percentage of students currently in this category, or is that an increased amount?
That's the number of students who had a D or an F at the end of the second quarter progress report. So it's not specific to just seniors. That's our overall number for all students at Serrano that fell into the D and F category.
Do we have a statistic on just seniors?
I do not have that. And that's that percentage represents out of all of the grades given for the second quarter progress report, 38% of them were either a D or an F.
Yeah. And just to be clear, President Hernandez, that was a very good question. Wanted to be crystal clear to the entire board that this is not a problem unique to Snowline. This is a problem that exists across the high desert, across the county, and across the state, across the nation for that matter.
Of course, yeah. I do want to ask a question. What is Chaparral's current capacity to receive students? How many do we know what they can receive right now?
When we last met to talk about the potential of a high number of students needing to transfer, trying to remember if it was for Snowline Academy, because we have some seniors taking classes concurrently at Snowline Academy to also try and get back on track, they could take about 50. I want to say that Chaparral is somewhere around that number. I can't say for certain, but I could certainly get that number and make that available to Mrs. Stapp to get out to the members who are interested in having it.
Yeah, just curious on that rough number. So potentially accommodate up to 100, give or take, students on that NTS platform. In terms of the two tactics, what about melding the two? You know, perhaps somebody is would benefit from the reduced credit, but with the addition of an English course, make sure that they complete or clear that prior F. Is that any idea or option?
So the idea of reducing the elective credits by 10 was so that we could have room within a student's schedule, English or another core subject that they still need to pass in order to fulfill the graduation requirements. So we don't want to just say we're going to tell all seniors, hey, guess what? You don't need 10 elective credits. It's really to give us some room because we can only give students 6 classes in their Serrano schedule. And so if they're taking an elective class, and that's going to keep us from having a spot in their schedule to give them their English class, then by reducing that elective requirement by 10, it would free up. We could take a class out to put an English class or an econ class into their schedule to make room so that they could earn those credits that they need for the core subjects.
I see, I understand. Thank you for that.
President Hernandez, could I just address President Hernandez real quick on the question you asked about Chaparral? Just please keep in mind that because of these unique situations with students, there are a number of students that are failing that normally would not have failed, that have been on the bubble. So they're very close to the Serrano graduation requirements. So just please keep in mind that Chaparral is usually a contingency for students that are so in the hole and not close to those 230 graduation requirements. So I just want to put that out there.
Yes, most definitely. Member Bristol, you had a comment?
I was just going to say any tactic that we could push forward that's going to help these kids that have had their lives turned upside down. Both of those options sound great. And like, I don't know how I would suggest implementing all of those options that you have. Whatever supports those students completing their required classes that to graduate. That's what we got to do.
Yeah, this is an excellent equity piece to really boost up those that need that additional. Are we compiling any kind of demographics on those in this target group that we're speaking of?
So right now we don't necessarily know which students we will have to implement this with because we don't have final grades. When we met a few weeks ago with both the senior English teachers and then with the senior social science teachers, I asked the question if they had an idea how many of their students would ultimately end up failing the class. And they all said it was just too early at that point for them to predict because they were all holding out hope that the students were going to get things turned around. They were going to do what they needed to do so that they could pass the class. So really, until we get final grades, which are due on the 22nd of the month, we won't know how many kids are really impacted by this. We just are trying to prepare because based on what we've been seeing so far this semester, we are anticipating that it will be much worse than what it typically is.
Thank you. I certainly hope that we can have a follow-up to this in January so that we can stay on top of this matter. Yeah, Dr. Holman?
I had one more.
Oh, Dr. Holman first? I saw that hand raised. You're on mute.
Well, yeah, actually, Member Bristol, go ahead there. Right.
Oh.
I just wanted to just a question about some of the strategies. We keep mentioning seniors. It would also affect the other students if we change the total units to 270. And for those students that are handling business, once they get into their senior year, they can still have all the elective choices they want in those different courses. But the students that are falling behind will have more options and more opportunities to catch up, correct? That's how it sounds.
Yes, actually, what we were focusing on was solely seniors right now. And our rationale there, Member Bristol, is that other students do currently have the gift of time. And we have always offered summer school options and other approaches through Snowline Academy as far as using Edgenuity classes to make up credits. So we anticipated that if we made credit adjustments across the system, 9th grade through 12th, that could cause some problems down the road as far as bringing that bar up later on. So once again, our rationale, gift of time for the underclassmen, seniors are our primary focus right now.
Okay, yeah, you answered that question perfectly. I don't even think I asked it correctly, but that's what I meant. So the counselors from 9th grade to 12th grade are now not dealing with a lower credit amount and they can move around. It's just going to be seniors only.
Right.
Perfect.
Affirmative. Ryan, you had a comment?
Yeah, thanks so very much. President Barringer, gosh, it didn't take me long to do that. President Hernandez, my apologies, as well as all the board members here. I need to take maybe a quick step back that I feel like all of you need to hear relative to the power and what's being discussed right now by yourselves and what was brought to all of you by this wonderful team and many others who couldn't join us here tonight. I'm going to go back to March. Almost 10 months ago, I challenged ourselves to be essentially human, and really how I think that's defined and made operationally is the concept of how do we give grace? How do we be compassionate? How do we provide empathy? How do we be kind? How do we provide support in these unprecedented times? This is an example of that. And I want to tie to that the high desert superintendents. We stay very collaborative, not only during these times, but throughout all my experience as a superintendent. In my last meeting on last Friday, all of the superintendents were very thankful to this group right here who came up with this idea and passed along to other high desert superintendents and their colleagues too, to be able to pursue, because it's an example of what I think I just said relative to that being essentially human. It's not lost on you as board members. We know you already, even the new ones, what you've been saying. This is a powerful step to take. And then one more statement that I do want to lead into, and I know, Alan, you're going to be talking about this a bit ago. And I say a bit ago, COVID-19 time seems to fly by and it seems to slow at the same time. But a number of months ago, we implemented temporary board policy. Board policy 6157 is temporary, and it was made to be temporary for all school districts in California for these types of measures. For the measure that you've been talking about, that when we target these seniors, we have the capacity to do so in a specific tactical way through board policy that is made to be temporary during these times. You've already approved 6157, but I think that's part of the solution as we move forward. Now, do you want to provide more details to that? I think it's a relevant piece to at least share, because there have been some great questions here around the concept of temporary versus permanent moving forward for all kids. You're just on mute there, Alan.
Once again, thanks for setting me up there, Ryan. For board policy 6157, as Ryan said, that is a temporary board policy that's kind of a stopgap during our COVID-19 season. And we have specific things in there that just address remote learning and in-person learning as it pertains to COVID-19. So this is a perfect place to put any kind of temporary change that's going to get us to the end of the school year. Right here, we've got just some proposed language, and we're looking for something that resembles this when we do officially bring some more board policy language to you. It is pretty small, so I'll just go ahead and read this very quickly. In the event school campuses are closed for an extended length of time as a result of state-declared emergencies such as the COVID-19 pandemic, the superintendent may authorize the modification of the board-adopted graduation requirements while maintaining minimum requirements set forth by the state of California in Education Code 51.22.5.3 and the SJUSD core academic subject requirements outlined in Board Policy 6146 for the students who will not complete the graduation requirements due to the disruption created by the state of emergency. All modifications will be made on a case-by-case basis and authorized by the superintendent or designee once all reasonable methods of completing the board-adopted graduation requirements have been attempted and lead to the determination that the student will not meet the SJUSD graduation requirements in time to graduate by the end of the fourth year of high school. So.
Yeah, Alan, I so appreciate you bringing that up. And I've just finished by saying this, and credit to you. Remember, Bristol, when you're talking about anything that can be done, because the research is really clear, right? We know what transpires when kids don't have a diploma. And that, and I'll just say very quickly, everything, from joblessness rates to folks who have to go onto welfare to support themselves moving forward. The notion of health outcomes actually become poorer for those without diplomas, not to mention even worse outcomes like going to prison and even death, all increase for those who don't have diplomas. So again, it's just a quick way for me to say a gigantic thanks to this team here and those who, again, who've been behind this effort. Proud to say in many ways, I mean, just in countless ways why I work for Snowline. I used that High Desert Superintendent's meeting that I was part of when they were thanking me, where it wasn't really me, it was all of these folks, for Snowline to lead the way and being essentially human in service of these students. So President Hernandez, thanks for letting me share those thoughts there.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. Is there any additional information, Mr. Miller?
Yeah, I saw Member Behringer's hand up.
I see that.
Take a question and I'll wrap up quickly.
It would appear that this does not require a motion here. It's just for information.
This is for information tonight. No action necessary. We just wanted to get your proverbial blessing to move forward in this direction, and then to bring you back something formal to adopt in the near future, being January.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then just to close up here, so the recommendations that we're bringing to you tonight, I'll just kind of go backward to go forward. Allow Serrano High School to use the aforementioned tactics to support seniors as needed. And then the second bullet being revised board policy 6157 for distance learning with language that resembles the following that I just reviewed for you. So we thank you for your time. And if we have your blessing, we'll keep moving in this direction.
I believe that you would have our consensus to move in that direction. I get a thumbs up from everybody. If you, very good. All right, thank you. Yes, please keep us posted. Look forward to hoping that our seniors are doing better than the projections, but we'll take a look at January and hope for the best.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Team Serrano. I appreciate everything that you've been doing. I know you've been working extremely hard in this area and losing some sleep to boot. So thank you. And I think we've got a plan now that we can move forward with and support our kids. So thanks.
Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Let's have them go get some sleep there, Alan, right?
Ms. Merrick, thank you very much for presenting. All right, that takes us to item K1 for the 2020-2021 budget overview. Mr. Chacon.
And President Hernandez, if I can just jump in, wonderful Assistant Superintendent Robert Chacon doing double duty, given time to get himself ready there. But I just want to say real quickly a gigantic thanks to Robert Chacon, Andrea Padilla, that entire business office's services for these next two items. These next two items, obviously very important that we always endeavor to cover. We'll go through those. I just want to say again, just how much we appreciate their efforts during these most difficult times. You're going to hear how difficult they are because of the uncertainties across many fronts. Once again, the budget falls into that category. Want to really set them up for the idea of this is hard work. It's work that's so appreciated. We're going to give you this large overview so that you as board members can really get an understanding at that large 35,000 foot level to be able to provide for the direction that's necessary in an undirectable climate, if you will. You've got the best person for it, and that's Robert Chacon. But just want to give you that introduction because even to the very last moment, they've got the most latest and greatest information, all the while knowing that this could change tomorrow to a certain degree, will change in the near future because it always changes, but those changes could be significant. We'll go through those. And so with that introduction, Robert Chacon, thanks for your efforts. And I just wanted to be able to prepare you because you are doing double duty here as always. So thanks, Robert.
Thank you, Dr. Holman. And I am struggling today with some bandwidth issues. So, hey, Alan, it's going to be the BOP, so not this. I'm just going to run through the BOP with them, not the interim presentation yet. So I am running with some bandwidth issues. I can't see all you guys on the screen right now. So if you have a question, if you just do me a favor, just type a question mark in the chat so that I can pause and get to your guys' question. I feel a little bit like Ms. Behringer over there in the dark a little bit, and that's how I feel with my internet this afternoon because it is not cooperating. So I'm gonna go through the BOP, and member Bristol had a really good suggestion on Friday, right? So I'm gonna really try not to alphabet soup this thing. And hopefully if you have any questions or just please feel free to pop it in there. So let me pop that up here.
Yeah, to the two new board members, this was the first document that I got when I came in, and I was like, what in the world, 150 some odd pages. And yeah, little bites at a time, you guys will be fine.
For sure. So great segue, President Hernandez, because when you guys came in, you guys didn't have the luxury of seeing the BOP. So let me give you a little history. The BOP is the budget overview for parents. And this document is usually connected to our LCAP, our Learning Control and Accountability Plan. Okay, so LCAP, Learning Accountability and Control Plan, right? And our BOP is usually attached to that plan. So this year with COVID, they threw a wrench at us, right? So now in September, the board adopted another LCAP, a Learning Continuity and Accountability Plan, right? So we're calling that the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan, right? We're not calling that the LCAP. So Learning Continuity Attendance Plan, and attached to that plan is this BOP, okay? So this budget overview is attached to the September's Learning Continuity Plan, okay? Kind of, because the upper half of the BOP is connected to September's document, but they had us put in information from 1920 LCAP. So it is extremely convoluted. It's extremely confusing. To me, it is it's really hard to follow. So I'm gonna just take a snippet out of it, to be quite honest with the group, because you're gonna get most of this stuff. You'll get all of it actually when we go through the budget presentation, but I thought this would be a good start, just so we can see how our revenue comes into our district, right? So you'll see a couple more acronyms in there, right? LCFF, that's a big one. That is predominantly how our schools are funded, and that is through the Local Control Funding Formula. Okay, Local Control Funding Formula. That is how we get most of our money. You can see that on the pie chart. Most of our funds come through LCFF funding. You can see only a small portion of our funds come elsewhere, right? So those other portions of funds, that's, you know, local tax, that's minimal. That's other federal programs, right? Nutrition programs, stuff like that, federal block grants, grade span adjustments, all those types of things are kind of filtered into these little pieces of the pie. A big piece of the pie that I just wanted to point out, and I thought the BOP did a really good job with this, was it really pointed out that federal CARES Act money, how important that money was, right? That's that COVID relief money that was given to the state, and the state was able to kind of disperse that money on how they felt, you know, kind of how they felt needed it, and what programs. And so we got a pretty good chunk of CARES Act money, right? So 7.4 million. The other part that's a little tricky with the BOP is we got that money in 1920, actually. So not 2021. So they're asking for 2021 revenue, but they want us to use the entire amount of the CARES money. So just know that we got that CARES money in 1920. So that CARES money comes from different pots, right? There's about 4 different pots where that CARES money comes from. And some of that money, you know, all those pots of money have different deadlines that we have to spend that money by, right? So we had a pot that was about, you know, $5 million that we had to spend by the end of this calendar year. And you know, that means that we had to order product, have it in hand, have it in stock, and pay the invoice, right? So purchasing, the business office, site secretaries, they work really close on identifying needs, right? All that CARES money is specifically earmarked for distance learning, for bridging the digital divide, for PPE, for technology, all those things that are specifically related to our shutdown in March. Excuse me. So our team worked really hard to come with a good list of needed items to get us through the shutdown last year, but really make sure that our kids were equipped to start the new school year, right? So we are now a one-to-one district, right? So Chromebooks, every kid has a Chromebook. We did support hotspots. Those students that didn't have hotspots, we purchased 1,000 of those, and so that's a monthly fee that we're paying. We had to purchase the device as well. So we're supporting our students with technology. We're supporting staff. We bought doc cams. There's a big order going out right now for staff and employees to make sure that they can have the resources they need to work remotely, because we need them to be able to be flexible and work remotely if the time comes again. So all that CARES money is being specifically used to support students and staff in this COVID environment. As we roll down, I just want to kind of spend a little time on this paragraph here, right? So you'll see this when we get into the budget, but I didn't line out the numbers for you guys specifically in my budget presentation. So I just want to go through them really quick, okay? I think this does a really good job in kind of breaking things up. So total revenue, that's everything, right? $97.8 million. That's how much money we're getting. But remember, 7.5 million of that COVID money. That's one-time money. We're not going to see that again, right? So we're using that money specifically for what the state, the feds earmarked that money for. 76 million, right? That's that LCFF, that local control funding formula. That's how much we're getting through the LCFF formula. About 8 million out of other state funds, and 2.7 out of local funds. Kind of what's talking for taxes and that. That 11.2 million, remember 7.4 of it is federal CARES Act. The rest of that money is, like I said, it's usually nutrition service money, block grant money. It's usually right around $3 million, $2.5 million, depending on the year. And then here's the other piece, right? So our LCFF, our supplemental and concentration grants, okay? So that's a piece of the LCFF pie, okay? So if you guys remember earlier this school year, our staff did an awesome job getting out those educational benefit forms. I'm sure you guys were all getting harassed if you had students in our, maybe harassed is too strong a word. You were getting bothered possibly because we kept, putting that message out. We really, really are asking our community to complete those educational benefit forms because those have a direct impact on our revenue. So that piece of the LCFF pie, that $13.2 million, that is due to those EBF forms, educational benefit forms, right? So we crested 70% this year for our unduplicated population, right? That UPP, okay, there's another one for you guys, right? So UPP, that unduplicated population, right? And those are our students that are considered high needs, foster youth, English learner, low-income students, right? So those forms are directly representative of those students. And so we get additional funding to help support those students specifically. And so this year, we crested 70% for the first time. And that's just additional revenue to help support those kids moving into the future. So as we roll down, this part's a little confusing. So the green box is total expenditures related to COVID funds, related to that $7.4 million, right? Like I said, we had that money in 1920. So we spent a good portion, not a good portion, but we spent that money, some of that money in 1920. We bought face masks, we bought cleaning supplies, we bought desk shields, we bought a bunch of stuff in 1920. So down here for 2021, about $5.2 million left, right? And so we're planning on expending all of that money this year. So that'll be related to technology, PPE, all that stuff moving throughout the school year, right? Over here on the orange the graph, this is all funds, right? So this is going to relate to this money up here, that supplemental and concentration grant. So I know that it says learning continuity plan, but that's not entirely accurate because this money is referring to LCAP, right? So our adopted LCAP from 1920. So that's total funds being spent in our LCAP from 1920. So I can, and just to kind of give you guys a little preview on what this looks like. I'm going to just share the template with you guys, just so that you can see how they have it broken down. Okay, so when we're, I'll wait for it to load. Okay, you guys good? Okay, so when we're talking about BOP, it's a template, right? And the template's provided to us through CDE, another one for you. And when they provide the template for us, they really are just asking for all these denominators, right? And we plug in all these numbers for them. And then they populate the graph that you guys have in your board item. All the narratives are in there. You'll see, I kind of wanted to pay a little bit of attention to this too, because this will come up as well. So we're going to be working on a new LCAP, right? We were supposed to have a 3-year revision or, kind of refresh this year. That's because of COVID and the shutdown in March. We didn't do that. So they replaced the LCAP, that learning continuity plan, and this BOP. And so next year, and Alan, correct me if I'm wrong, but I still believe from what I'm reading that LCAP is still going to be due next year. It's going to be a total rework from what I'm told.
Yeah, it's affirmative, Bob. That'll be approved no later than July 1st of this year for the LCAP for the 2021-22 school year.
Perfect. And so due to the closure, right, in 2020, you'll see that, obviously we didn't spend all of our supplemental and concentration money, right? We had budgeted $16 million and we only spent 12, right? That's where we got that number, 12,127. So the BOP kind of hops around a little bit. If there's anything we could take away from it, I really just wanted to share this pie chart with the group. I thought it was a really good place to start. Just going to let you guys know where our funding's coming from, how it looks. And I'll talk a little bit about that CARES money in the first interim presentation. But if there's any additional one-time money, we definitely don't think it's going to be as robust as it was in the springtime. So we are not anticipating another $7.5 million windfall to help support us through the following year. And I'll kind of get through that in the budget. So any questions on the BOP and revenue and all right. Well, I got the thumbs up from member Bristol. So if I didn't alphabet soup you to death, and I'll really try to not to do that, because it would have been really helpful for me as well if I had that glossary that you're talking about when I first started a year and a half ago. So
yeah, we definitely live in alphabet soup, don't we?
Absolutely, we do.
Right.
Any clarifying questions for the BOP before I jump into interim? You guys do have to approve this evening. Like I said, usually this would be approved with our LCAP. It is not at this point in time because of the COVID shutdown. And so the new requirement is that it's approved with our first interim, which is tonight.
All right, thank you for that. You're saying that this, the BOP needs to be approved?
It does, yes.
Oh, okay, very good. Well, I thought it was great information, nice at a glance kind of stuff. So thank you for that. If I could entertain a motion, the BOP, the budget overview for parents as presented.
I make a motion to accept the BOP.
Thank you, Member Bristol. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Member Behringer. If I can take a roll call vote, Member Behringer?
Aye.
Member Flores?
Aye.
Member Bristol?
Aye.
And I vote aye, and we'll pass that the BOP. And takes us to item K2 for first interim, Mr. Chacon.
Thank you, President Hernandez. Mr. Miller, would you be so kind for me? Okay, awesome. Thank you, Mr. Miller. I'll try to turn my camera on, see if it works, or if I'm just going to be frozen here. We'll see. Okay, looks like I could see most of you guys. Okay, cool. Here we go. All right. Okay, so first interim. I'm going to steal a phrase actually that former member Nielsen used in his closing remarks was exciting times. It definitely is exciting times. So for those of you who were here for budget adoption, I mean, that was very uncertain. It was extremely fluid, right? We hadn't even had the governor's budget released yet. We were hearing all these issues with LCFF funding being cut 10%, block grant CTE programs being cut in half, deferrals, all that kind of stuff was on the table. So we adopted a budget that was really based off of a May revise, the governor's May revision to the budget, which was, in terms of the financial world, right? That's really old data, right? And so that's what we were basing our budget off of. We had nothing better else to go off of. Well, here we are about 6 months later. We're kind of in the same boat a little bit, not as bad. So we know how much money we're getting, right? The problem is we just don't know when we're getting it. Okay, so the state budget, they have to approve a balanced budget, right? By statute, they have to approve that. So what the state did was they removed expenses out of the current fiscal year and moved them into the following fiscal year, right? So it's that old saying, I'll gladly pay you on Tuesday for a cheeseburger today, right? That is happening right now. And I'll get into those specifics here in a few. So that's really what's looming out there for us and is really what's creating a lot of uncertainty for us in the future. The other piece that that I haven't really talked with this group about in my tenure is cash flow and cash management. And so we're going to talk a lot about that tonight because we're going to be bringing a resolution to you on the January 12th meeting regarding a short-term loan. Into that in a bit as well. So hey, Ellen, if you would be so kind, go to the next slide. So just want to provide some shared understanding, right? We talk a lot about these words and terms, so I just want to build some shared understanding of cash flow, right? So that's the amount of money coming in and out, right? When that money's coming in and when that money's going out, right? So if you're like us, a school district employee, we know that we're getting paid, at the end of the month or the first of the month, right? So we know how much money's coming in, when, and where, and then we can kind of budget depending on our cash flow, right? So a lot of times what we do is we'll have, our big expenditures up front, and that way we can help manage the remaining cash throughout the rest of the month. So that's cash flow, and we're going to talk a bit about that. So budget, that's what first interim actually is, right? It's our budget at first interim, and that's really just our best guess, right? It's a snapshot in time, and it's our best guess of income and expenditures, right? So it's both. And so you can understand how difficult this is for us right now because we don't know if we, when and where. Are we going back to in-person learning? There'll be additional costs with that, right? Are we going to stay remote? Then we won't incur those costs. Or transportation, and how many students are we transporting and where. So all those types of estimates on expenditure, it's really fluid, and it's a really it's just a moving platform for us right now. So we're kind of doing our best, kind of navigating the waters. We're taking what we learned last year and we're kind of morphing it into what we're dealing with this year. So we'll talk about deferrals as well. So deferrals, that is an account where income, in our case, is not recognized until a future date. And so I'll go through those deferral amounts with you. That is basically the state withholding revenue from us, right? So as they usually would pay us, and you'll kind of see the schedule, as they usually pay us monthly, they're not going to be paying us in this fiscal year. They're going to be paying us in next year. So we have to figure out a way how to continue to pay for our expenses and our payroll without receiving revenue from the state. So fund balance, we talk a lot about fund balance as well. I will just give a big kudos to the group, former board and current board moving forward. Because of our fund balance, because of that savings for our COPS, we have cash in the bank, and it's going to really help us navigate these next 5 months of deferrals. So it's going to be really helpful for us. Ironically enough, because of the great work this group has done, we are in much better shape than many other districts around the state. I got a statistic last week, and it was of the 150 districts so far, 50 of them have already applied for a TRAN, a short-term loan. We just foresee that number growing here in the next couple of weeks. So usually what happens is these deferrals really hit districts our size and smaller. Sometimes the bigger districts can kind of absorb some of these deferrals and keep things going, but they really are impactful to districts our size and smaller. So kudos to the group for getting us this far, and you'll see how far we actually get because of the good work. Next. Okay, so I wanted to start out with, this was kind of a topic at the what was it, the candidate forum, right? You guys talked a lot about debt. I just wanted to kind of set the stage again with total debt, right? So these are our total debt payments, and you can see right there in that 22-23 school year, we're going to see a big increase in our total debt payments, right? That $4.5 million. Just to put things in perspective, that's about 5% of our total budget. That's a pretty significant number. Somewhere between 82 and 86%, our payroll hovers between 82 and 86% of our total budget. And then we're adding another 5% onto that. So there's not a lot of wiggle room to come up with this 5%. So these are certificates of participation. Alan, if you can go to the next slide, kind of give a little detail on our COPS. So these are, you'll hear them referred to as our COPS payment, certificates of participation. This was essentially unsecured debt that was secured a long time ago, long before any of us. I believe I was actually a student at Serrano High School when the debt was actually secured, and it was back in the late 90s, 97, 98. And so that was really to help with facilities, right? That was a facilities upgrade. That was the new gym, the science, the performing arts center, things of that nature, right? So we took on this debt to kind of help support our schools and facilities. Unfortunately, it's been refinanced a few times to get us to today. And so here we are. We've been paying on it. But like I mentioned, that 22-23 year, we're going to see a pretty significant increase in those debt payments. We've been making about a $2 million payment right now, and it's going to be jumping to about 4.5. So that's a pretty substantial increase. The conversation about, hey, can we refinance this debt? Are there things that we can do? Potentially, maybe is the answer to that, but it can't happen until 2026, 2027. That's when the call on the note actually is. And so we won't be able to refinance until that day. We got 20 payments remaining, and oh, no, I'm sorry. No problem. And 18 payments more than $4 million, right? So we're in this for the long haul. So that's a good long run. We're looking at 18 years, where to come up with $4 million, right? Okay, sorry, Ellen. Next slide. You're good. Okay, so that's just kind of a recap, right? That's just kind of, laying the lay of the land a little bit, okay? So there is some good news on the horizon, right? So we are really plugged in with the LEO, Legislative Analyst Office. See, I can't even get my own alphabet soup right. So Legislative Analyst Office, we met just a few weeks ago with the State Controller, the Tax Collector, DOF, Department of Finance at the state level. And we are really crossing our fingers that this is going to come to fruition for us. So I'm going to give you a little background of what some of those conversations were, and then the next slide will kind of give us, what are the outcomes, right? So right now, the current climate, when the governor came out in June with his adopted budget, the revenues were really, really low, right? He was really worried about tax revenue, and he was deferring tax payments, right? All that stuff. But right now, it's not looking that bad. Personal income tax is looking really good. The high income earners in our state are doing very well. The stock market's still strong. Tech sector's in good shape. Housing, I don't know if you guys follow the housing market at all. Holy smokes, it's doing amazing right now. So everything is performing a lot better than we were initially led to believe first off in May, and then again in June, right? So what does that mean for us? So Ellen, next slide. So the LAO is projecting that the Prop 98 guarantee, that's the SB, that's the Senate bill that guarantees our funding, right, is going to be $84 billion, right? That's what the state uses to help fund their general fund, which is $13 billion higher than the June Budget Act. So Prop 98 now currently is expected to be at the same level it was back in January, pre-COVID pandemic, right? So in theory, hopefully we are able to push these deferrals out, right? And so the rapid improvement of 98 would be sufficient to allow the state to push those K-12 deferrals, or to actually just make them non-existent, right? Just to get rid of them entirely. Just to do that's about $12.5 billion, right? But remember, they got about $13.1 billion higher than they anticipated. So that's kind of taken all of their, extra revenue and putting it into one source, into education, right? K-12 and community colleges. Couple concerns with that train of thought, right? One is timing. They're going to have to do this really, really fast, right? So the legislature, they're out on holiday, right? So they're going to be back, after the New Year's. That's going to give them about, 2.5, 3 weeks to come to some type of agreement, because our first deferral is taking place in February. They can do it at any point in time, but it would be great if they were able to let us know in the governor's January budget update. That's usually about the 10th to the 15th of January. We'll hear an update from the governor. The other piece is possibly some additional one-time funds. And so that will be, we're not sure what that's going to look like. We're imagining it's going to be, some type of, COVID funds, right? That'll be, related to distance learning or PPE, something along those lines, some type of restricted funding. But we're not sure how much and when and what that's going to look like. So we're really, really hoping that the legislature can come to an agreement, talking with, like I said, the state controller, tax collector, and DOF. They seemed pretty hopeful that this could actually happen. So we're fingers crossed, because we'd love to get into a situation where we have a very solid budget, a manageable budget, dollars that we can lean on, and we could really come up with a good long range plan. If we were at adoption in June, that was a really difficult budget, really difficult budget. We had to do things to qualify our third year out, right? We didn't have enough money to make it to that third year. We were in the red. And so with deferrals, it's a little better. We'll get paid eventually, but there are some things that we're going to have to do in the interim to make sure that we can continue to, make payroll and make expenses, right? Next slide, Ellen. Okay, so here's our deferral schedule, right? This is off the CDE page. California Department of Education, off the CDE page. And so the state is not going to be paying us in February. $2.5 million. They're going to give us that money in November of the 21-22 fiscal year. Our March payment of $4 million will be in October. Our April payment of $4 million will be in September. May will be in August, and almost $5 million from June to July. So we're talking at not getting paid $19.3 million for the next five months. So that is a pretty substantial amount of money. And so this is part of our cash flow, right? So we anticipate this money coming in so we could pay bills, right? So we could make payroll. So we can allow school sites to purchase the materials they need and we can pay for it. So with deferrals, we're really going to have to monitor what's coming in and what's going out. And so in your guys' board agenda, I included our cash flow sheet. And that sheet's straight out of that 160-page SACS document. And so I included that just so you guys can see what's going in, what's going out, when and how. It gives a much better detailed example of how money is coming in and going out of the district. Ellen, next slide. Okay, so how do we develop our budget, right? There's really three pieces that we really look at in determining what our budget is, right? Enrollment is one piece. That unduplicated percentage, that UPP that I talked about, that's the other piece. And then the COLA. Enrollment, we've been in declining enrollment for quite some time now. So as enrollment decreases, so does our funding, right? So enrollment is a key piece of that LCFF, that funding formula, right? So if enrollment decreases, so does our revenue. That unduplicated percentage, we've been doing a great job. The staff, like I said, has been doing amazing getting kids and parents to fill those forms out, those educational benefit forms. And so the more forms that we get filled out and we're able to really support those students who need those resources anyways, right? Those kids need those resources, allow us to provide those resources for them. So the higher that unduplicated percentage number is, the more supplemental and concentration revenue we get. So if you remember that pie, right, it was that LCFF and then it had that little triangle of supplemental and concentration, right? So as that supplemental and concentration pie grows, so does our revenue. So that is extremely helpful. This is the part that we're a little worried about is COLA, right? Usually we see a COLA 2.3, 2%. We'll see a COLA increase with the budget revision from the state. At this point, we're not seeing any COLA updates, right? So we're still moving forward with a zero COLA into all our future years. There's been no indication that COLA is actually going to happen. So just because of operational costs, utility costs, step and column increases for our staff, right? Our staff moves over on the pay chart, a step and a column depending on years of service or education. Our step and column cost alone is about 1.5%. So we're growing our costs annually at the very least by 1.5% just with payroll, right? So with the zero COLA, that's really hard for us to stay afloat in the next 3 years, because if you think, right, in the next 3 years, we're going to be at 3, 4, 5% increase in operational costs with no help from the state to support those increased costs. So we're hoping that we'll still see some relief in that COLA. That in his January update, he'll provide us with some type of relief in COLA. We'll take anything we can get at this point. The one thing that the governor is doing for us is he froze the STRS and PERS. That's our retirement systems for our teachers and our classified folks. He froze the contribution rates for us. So those were supposed to grow substantially for us these next 3 years, which would have meant additional operational costs for us. But he froze those at their current level. So that's great news. That's definitely helpful for us. So we'll get more info on that in January as well. So hopefully he'll continue to do that. I read something last week where they were talking about maybe 22, 23, we should start anticipating an increase in STRS and PERS. So we have a couple years to work on this and get it worked out. Next slide, Ellen. Sorry, guys. Okay, so budget. I really didn't want to get in the weeds tonight because a couple things, because I feel like we're going to show you the budget tonight, and in about 3 weeks, fingers crossed, I am completely wrong, right? Like that's the goal here. Hopefully we get some one-time money. I know Marcus was, inquiring about some one-time money. Hopefully we get some one-time. Hopefully deferrals get taken away. We get some COLA relief, And then, when second interim rolls around, we could really have a good picture, because I feel like we've kind of been, we haven't been getting some good data, these last 9 months or so, 10 months. And so it'd be really good to have a really good plan moving into our adoption. So real quick, just generally looking at our budget, right? I try to keep it, as realistic as possible, right? A budget they're pretty simple, right? When you think about it, it's revenue and expenses. How much money do you get and how much money are you spending, right? So the 2021, you'll see that revenue is high, right? And that's because of that $7.4 million in COVID funds. So that's why that revenue looks so good, and that we are not deficit spending in the current year. But as we move down, right, and that COVID relief money is no longer there, it's not being provided, you can see that we're deficit spending, right? And in that 22-23, it's pretty substantial, because that's when we have that big debt payment coming along, right? And we don't have that COLA working for us, helping to support staff and our operational costs. So that's why 22-23 looks a little troublesome right now. 21-22, still in the same boat. We're still deficit spending, not quite as bad, but nonetheless still in a deficit as well. So at some point, and like I said, I'm hoping that January we get some really good data, some really good numbers, because this is something we have to look at, something that we have to attack collectively as a group, and really, then we could really dive into the weeds of our budget. And really look at what's happening with deficit spending, why it's taking place, and how we can fix it. So that's kind of where we're at with our budget right now. Next slide, Ellen. Okay, cash flow. It's a scary slide a little bit, okay? Bank right now, it's about 39 million is what we have sitting in the bank. So that's going to float us through most of the way. So we're not thinking we're going to need to borrow money until June, and we're thinking we're going to be right around $4 million short of expenses and payroll in June. So that deferrals are really hard to navigate. And it's kind of it's a little bit of a culture change, because we're going to really have to manage what money is going out and what money is going in, right? So does that mean we could, we usually do, March, we shut down purchase ordering, and we get an influx of purchases, that probably can't happen this year, because we won't have enough money to pay the bills, possibly pay those invoices. So we're going to be working with leadership on their budgets and their cash management. We're going to really help them through that process, because it's something entirely different. We've never had to do it. I've never done it here. Talked with Karen Winkler, predecessor, nor has she. We have always done a really good job managing cash. We take a look at it at interims, and it hasn't been an issue for us. But like COVID, it's creating new problems for all of us. And this is one of the new problems for us, is really managing that cash flow. So, we're anticipating we're going to be short in June, about $4 million. Alan, you go to the next slide, please. And so what are we going to do to mitigate that? How are we going to come up with that $4 million deficit in June? And so, like I had mentioned, right, we're really going to be watching for that changing climate. That's first and foremost, hoping for some good news out of the state in the next few weeks. And then we'll be back to the drawing board, to be quite honest, right? Because maybe they defer half of them, or maybe they defer 3 of them, or who knows. So we'll be back to the drawing board as soon as we get the January update. The second part is the tax revenue anticipated note. That's called the TRAN. Okay, tax and revenue anticipated note. So it's essentially a short-term loan, right? So we are working with a group. It's a pool, a joint pool. A lot of districts are jumping into the pool, and we are using the state's credit. We get a better rate, and we could do something that is different than not going with the state's credit. We can use a taxable TRAN. And essentially what that means is it's the cost isn't any less really than a non-taxable TRAN, but it gives us some flexibility, right? Because I only want to borrow the very minimum that we're going to need because it costs money, right? It's a loan. So we're going to do everything we can to mitigate how much money we're going to borrow. The deadline for us to make that determination, luckily, is the end of January. So on January 12th at that board meeting, in order for us to jump into a TRAN, it's basically, it's basically debt, right? There has to be a board resolution. And so the state is putting together a resolution for us, and that will be going out to all of us who are participating in this program. And that will be included at the January 12th meeting. So I'll be able to go through in detail. To be honest, I haven't seen the resolution yet, but I'll be able to go through detail with you on the resolution and costs and all that kind of stuff. The other piece is I was surprised that because I don't want you guys to be surprised when you see it on the 12th. Everybody I talked to, all those I mentioned before, Annette Yee, she's a broker that we're working with, Carolyn Larson, who's with our auditing firm. They said, just apply for the full amount of deferrals, right? A NTE, a not to exceed amount, because honestly, we don't know what this looks like, but I don't have any anticipation to borrow anything remotely close to that. And before any type of borrowing occurs, it will be coming to you guys to approve and validate the amount that's being borrowed. So that not to exceed amount is our full deferral. That 19 million is our full deferral amount. But like I said, in our cash flow, and like that's included in your board item, we're thinking it's going to be somewhere around $4 to $5 million. And I'm hoping that through this next piece, right, managing our expenses these next 5 months, that we can even get that down below that. Now, here's the bad part: is it's not a large amount. We're, technically we would be considered a small borrower, right, if we were only doing $4 or $5 million. But because we have that COPS debt looming out there at $58 million, we're considered a large borrower. So they're working on those costs for us right now, and we'll be able to figure out what this is going to look like in the next couple weeks. But like I said, I feel like if we could really manage expenses these next 5 months and move away from borrowing at all, I think that's going to be the strategy. I would really love to figure out a way how not to borrow $4 million. I feel like we have $58 million worth of debt out there, and adding to it, I have some heartache with that, to be honest. So we're gonna work towards that. That's going to be our strategy. Borrow the least amount as possible, and we'll go from there. Next slide, Ellen. Okay, so that was a lot of info. We'll kind of revisit this again on the 12th. Any questions? You want me to scroll back to any slides? I kind of did the board item a little different this go around. I added our SACS documents, right? So those are the documents that are going to the county and then ultimately to CDE, to the state, for approval. I just felt it was easier, and Marcus, kudos to Marcus for kind of talking with me through this. I think it was at adoption, maybe, Marcus, we were talking about this. But we used to provide that summary page for you guys, but the math never added up, right? Just because there's so much included, in fund balance and in these documents. So I just thought it would be best if I just gave you guys the 2-page summary of our unrestricted fund, right? Fund 01 is our unrestricted fund. That's that 2-page summary. It's form MYP1. That's the form, and you guys got that, and then you also got a copy of the cash flow, right? And that's that kind of landscape document, and that runs our cash flow, so you guys could really see what cash is coming in and what cash is going out. I felt like it would be really hard for me to recreate those 2 documents just because there's so much data that is included in coming up with those numbers. So that's really first interim. A little less budget talk tonight, a little more cash flow talk, because that's kind of at the front of the window for us. Front of the windshield is that cash flow piece. That's coming really quick. Within the next 6 weeks, we kind of have to have a decision on how much we're gonna borrow, if we're gonna borrow at all. So.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chacon. That was significant once again. Tons of work, so kudos to your entire team. Thank you for preparing that. I think the big takeaway on the interim was the positive certification. That was the big question all of last year, that we potentially had that negative certification coming up, but looks like the state's got us squared away where we're going to be okay for now. And the trans is the big looming item now.
Exactly. Yep, exactly.
Okay. Any questions from anybody?
Yes, I'm curious to know how likely it is by our January meeting that there will be an update available.
Potentially. So sometime between the 10th and the 15th is when he's historically come out with his update. So even if we go through the motions of approving the TRAN, we don't have to borrow from it. So even if we approve it on the 12th and the 15th, we get the word that, hey, no more deferrals, no problem. We don't have to borrow from it. It's not going to cost us anything to go through the motions. At this point, it's really just kind of that security to make sure that we can meet expenses in June. And if, hopefully we get some good news, then we don't have to move forward through the process.
And we don't need a special meeting. Great, thank you.
And Member Bristol, Member Flores, any questions? Or is that too much information right now and need some time to digest that?
We don't have any idea of the projected cost of the 4 million yet, like what percentage it's going to cost us.
We're not really sure yet. Yeah, we're not really sure on that yet. That will kind of come through as we're working on that resolution piece. And then it depends on how much we land on for, if we're going to do the not to exceed for the full amount. It just depends on how much we borrow, really. Interest rates right now, they're saying, I think the taxable one was of over 1%, I believe. But it just depends. It depends. It's like getting a home loan, right? One day it's 3%, the next day it's 3.5%. I mean, it's variable. So I'd feel uncomfortable giving you a number right now.
All right. That's all.
Okay. Any other questions? And this item is up for approval, so I will need a motion to accept the first interim as presented.
I'll move approval.
Thank you, Member Berenger. Do you have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Member Bristol. Can I take a roll call vote? Member Berenger?
Aye.
Member Bristol?
Aye.
Member Flores?
Aye.
And I vote aye, so we pass that unanimously. So thank you again, Robert, and please extend our appreciation to your team for that hard work there.
Yeah, thank you guys. Yeah, appreciate it. Good job to the team. They worked real hard on it. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, that takes us to item L1, information from Dr. Holman on the at-home and in-person learning for, well, I'll let you take it away, Dr. Holman.
Yeah, thank you, President Hernandez, and to really all of you board members or administrative team and all those who are watching. We thank you for still being with us if you are here. This has been a long and robust meeting for many reasons and all the right reasons. I will tell you, this is the last item in terms of a presentation here tonight. Ensure that our new board members understand that since, this is our 10th month being in the COVID-19 environment, if you will. And for each of those months, we've in the board meetings, we've always tried to provide an update on the learning design, as it says here, to ensure that all of you know what has been happening and provide the opportunity for all of you to give us direction as we move forward based on the recommendations that we would share with you. And so today there are 26 slides. I know this sounds like a lot. Actually, just because so much has been happening and we have been in contact along the way, if you will. The first slide and the last slide are really an introduction slide and a question slide. So with the 24 slides, 12 you will be able to understand that you have seen them and understand everything. But I want to ensure all of you, if you have any questions, stop me along the way so you clearly understand, again, how we're delivering instruction to ensure the success of all of our students. And so, Alan Miller, thanks so very much as always for doing what you're doing here. And if we can go to that second slide here, we'll move right along. Here's the outcomes. They remain the same, that we collectively come to this understanding that we can share about how we're providing instruction at home and in person, where we are, the status of that, and also get from all of you this shared commitment around what action we will take moving forward. And so to slide 3 on, there's the agenda. We'll cover, again, slides that you've seen before, that public health guidance, as it says, what we're doing right at this moment, where are we with COVID-19 in Snowline as well as the county, and then talk about the in-person learning efforts, and then recommended next steps. That's what we'll cover right now in these 26 slides, and go to 4 right here. Just that reminder. Thank you as board members for continuing to really follow the public health guidance that we really feel is so critical at the federal, state, and local levels. Those public health departments, they have been providing the guidance, and we've been following it, and we thank you for that commitment. And just as to further drill home on slide 5, that science that guides us, as well as the public health recommendations and guidance documents. You want to be the smartest, not necessarily the fastest, and be humble in changes needed. And in both cases, that has occurred. We continue to see those mantras also be in place, because it's really serving our district, we feel best, this entire learning community, in fact. And so, Alan, on slide 6, what you'll see here is just these reminders. We had 2 designs from the get-go, right? The at-home and the in-person. That's just the concept that we have right now in a COVID-19 environment. And we're very fortunate to have 2 options, remote school and homeschool, through Snowline Academy. And you'll see these next 2 slides, Alan, as we go to 7. The first one being our Snowline Academy. This slide hasn't changed. It gives the details behind what we're able to provide and have been providing even in a non-COVID-19 environment. So appreciative that you as a board have supported this design, as well as this next one in 8. And that's that local school connection for the kids in an at-home design, right? That's guided by the teachers, as all of you know. And we've been engaged in this for months now because of reasons that I'll be talking about. And so on slide 9 here, with those 2 designs in place, let's just remind you there are 3 metrics at the California level that counties are held accountable for, that dictate where we are in terms of what we can do. And this brings me back just real quickly to the many comments that we got tonight. I think we'll have all of the I guess maybe I'll call them the machinations or the mechanics of how we operate talked about. And this is one of those first slides here. Again, what's governing our actions in this case are these 3 metrics: new cases on a daily basis adjusted per 100,000, the positivity rate, just all the people who test, what percentage are positive. And then there's the healthy places index, HPI often referred to, in those areas that are identified as having more health concerns. We're held accountable to that metric. That's a more recent addition over the last few months that California added in that monitoring mechanism. And so when we go to slide 10, let's just remind ourselves of that color-coded system. There are 4 colors that each county is held accountable to. Purple being the worst situation in terms of community spread of COVID-19. It's called widespread, all the way down to yellow, and then you see the gradations. Right off the bat, you all know, I think, that we are in purple tier. In fact, just about all counties in the state of California are in that purple tier. San Bernardino County's been in it for a long period of time, but I wanted to just share with you, you see the 3 columns, right? To get out of purple, we've got to be below a case rate of 7 positive cases of COVID-19 per day per 100,000 residents, as well as an 8% rate in both the HPI, Healthy Places Index, as well as the positivity rate. So those are just the numbers to keep in mind as we go to the next slide there, Alan. What you're going to see are some new slide data that I just want to make sure that you're all understanding of, because most recently what was enacted was regional stay-home order by Governor Newsom, and in that mechanism, a new design was put forth by Governor Newsom, and going away from the counties and putting ourselves into 5 large regions, right? And Southern California being the largest region is where San Bernardino County exists. And so in dividing that up, we were placed as an entirety of Southern California at the stay home order because of the availability of ICU beds in all of the region of Southern California. And so that would mean when Southern California ICU beds dropped below 15%, we were placed as an entire region in that stay-at-home order. Now, let's be very clear. Education remains, to this day, still a critical sector. That was mentioned in some of those comments today. And so as a result of us being in that critical sector, we're still required and should be providing, and we are providing those educational opportunities for kids during the stay-at-home regional order that was put in place not too long ago. And Alan, when you go to that next slide, just see real quickly, just give you an update. It's hard to read, fairly small right there. What I can tell you is 1.7 ICU beds are still available in all of Southern California. That starts to speak to the challenges that we're seeing in our nearby region of San Bernardino County, as well as all of Southern California. That's what's in that box right there. So when we go to the next one, Alan, and we move forward with some of the COVID-19 dashboard. This is all available. Every parent letter that and staff email that I send on a regular basis has this link, and people can keep tabs as it relates to where we are regarding our 3 metrics. And in this case, that first metric, the case count for those boundaries that are in purple, that's the Snowline Giant Unified School District's boundaries, all 200 plus square miles. And what you can see for our most recent data, these data are posted every Monday. They come from the California Department of Public Health through San Bernardino County. And you can see we work in about a 10-day arrears situation, right? The most recent week was posted yesterday, and you can see the final date out there is December 5th. But the more important data I will bring attention to is you can see our daily case rate. Again, to be in purple, anything 7 and above, we're in purple. You can see that number is 92.9. That's as high as it's ever been. The previous week was as high as it has ever been over these last 10 months we've been operating in COVID-19, and that was at 61.1. And you can see the numbers over that most recent week. 286 cases added to our count in Snowline's boundaries, and 34 of which are kids, youths there. That's a regular measurement. So again, wanted to show you that that status of our data. But as you go to the next page, Alan, you're going to see some other pages that are very similar. Just you need to understand, I believe, where our community data are. You can see on the left-hand side what's highlighted as Oak Hills. Now, I will tell you, all of Oak Hills is not in our boundary of Snowline. We have we have portions, I should say, of Oak Hills. What the county chooses to monitor in this case is all of Oak Hills. So I'm just showing you this data. You can see the positivity rate of 24.5 in those Oak Hill boundaries, and the case count of 155. And Alan, we'll move through these relatively quickly. The next one you'll see up on the screen here is another community within our 200 square miles, Alan, as we go to the next page. And that next page is Phelan. You can see their case count of about 120 and that positivity rate. You see Pennant Hills next at about a 70 case count and 23.4 positivity rate. And then now I think our next one should be Victorville on the right. What all of Victorville, be real careful, we'll stop just for a second here. Vista Verde is in the city limits of Victorville. These are the boundaries of all of Victorville here. 171 case count, a 25.6 positivity rate, 1 in 4 is this kind of common theme here. We go to Wrightwood, I think is next, Alan, on the next slide, and you'll see the case count still again, at 82.8. 7 is that number to get out of the purple tier, that positivity rate, about 1 in 5. And then the last one I'll just spend a moment on is Baldy Mesa. I want to thank personally, right now and publicly, the director of San Bernardino County Department of Public Health, Corin Porta. We had asked him for some differentiation, that Phelan is a large area, but those areas aren't all made up the same, if you will. And so you can see a very low count because these are just kind of hot off the press. Well, I say these, but this design, meaning having Baldy Mesa as an area When I met with Corwin Porter on Friday, I was really glad to see that his tech team is trying to work out ways to identify the Baldy Mesa area that's attached directly to that elementary school. So thanks to him, you can see the data aren't quite linked yet, but I just wanted to share with you my appreciation for their good work at that Department of Public Health level to listen to us and say that while Phelan is a large area and we have many square miles, we have small pockets, and Baldy Mesa was one that we're linking now to the Baldy Mesa Elementary School area. So look for those data to be updated soon. But again, a big thanks to Corwin Porter and his team. So Alan, those are the community data within Snowline, but let's take a larger view again, because people might say, well, Ryan, why are we looking at San Bernardino County? The largest county in all of our nation by square miles. Remember that when we think about that purple tier, middle school and high school kids cannot come back to any hybrid in-person design unless San Bernardino County, not Snowline, this is not a decision we can make, but these are the rules of the COVID-19 environment until San Bernardino County gets out of the purple tier in all 3 areas for 2 straight weeks. And then after those 2 straight weeks, then they have to maintain that red status for 2 more weeks before that in-person design could start. And so I just gave some trend data from September 5th all the way down to December 5th. You probably recognize some of it because I have just carried over many of these numbers, but just look at those highlighted ones. You can see that increase coming, from 24 to 34 to 60. And I want to be careful here. You might say, well, Ryan, I thought I saw some larger numbers. So these are adjusted numbers. And I will just say that there is a metric that's monitored by California Department of Public Health that is the number of tests per county. And one of the ways that California was motivating counties to up their testing count was by adjusting the case rate by a factor of 1/2, cutting it in half if in fact a county's testing exceeded the median level. And so look at those items that aren't highlighted. In those days before November 20th, San Bernardino County was below the median in testing rate. There's been a big push in San Bernardino County, and in fact, it's gotten above the testing median. And so as a result, that 34 truly was a case rate of about 68, 69. And that December 5th, that case rate was about 120 throughout the county. But from a monitoring standpoint, with this purple tier, red tier, orange tier, and yellow tier, they get credit for that by cutting it in half and getting closer to that 7 rate. Just wanted to bring attention to that. And then you can see there's no special metric on the positivity rates that you can see in that purple zone. So there's San Bernardino County data. And now as we go to slide 21, we'll see Snowline data. You saw it in one form. I'll just give you back into that kind of a different form that might be a little easier to follow. Over time, on October 7th, we were actually in that orange tier for case count. But again, keep in mind that it's the county data, right, that really speaks to whether or not we can get out of a purple tier. But I just use those same color codings to give you some perspective. And then from October 17th down to December 5th, you can see the daily case rate increasing almost each time that I've got it up there, with a particular jump more recently that's aligned to, like, probably all of you would guess, if not know, if not what we hear from the science, aligned to when we have holidays, unfortunately, across not just our district, in our county, our state, but throughout the nation, we have increases in infection rates. You see the daily weekly cases increasing along with those youth cases for the most part too. So those are the data that are impacting Snowline. And let's just talk about our different designs and cohorts here. It wasn't lost on any of you that we made a decision to pause. You see in that last bullet down there, because we had some programs back, our kids with the greatest needs, special education and EL students, with other hopes and planning for students who have other significant needs that need to come back in those small, stable cohorts. We put those on pause because of those data that you saw beforehand. And we messaged out to our community until at least January 19th. We'll talk about that at the very end, but made that January 19th decision, if you're wondering, based upon the science again. And that science that we're expecting more increases for these upcoming holidays, right? We've got Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, as well as New Year's, right? An expectation of increases. In my consultation with the director of public health, seeing that about that mid-January, we can start to see a decrease is what our hope is. We're hopeful. We're going to continue to monitor, but just understand that's where we have been with those cohorts. And cohorts, again, as a reminder, can all occur. It was referenced in some of those community comments. Cohorts can occur at all levels. That's in-person learning for those very small groups of 16 kids and adults. It sums up to that number, those kids with those acute needs based on very stringent guidelines. That's the one in-person design that can occur at all levels. Whereas a hybrid design can only occur at the elementary school level with a waiver. Waivers aren't available at the middle and high school level. Information you probably all know, but just wanted to ensure that we're all on that same page. And now from 22 to 23 on the slides, school-based sports, the real meta message here is youth sports guidance was finally updated. And I say finally because the original design was back in October, to be quite frank. And this is hot off the press. What I can share with you is now they have aligned, meaning the California Department of Public Health, has aligned youth sports where school sports fall into that. Have aligned their efforts into a color-coded system. And what I can tell you is every sport that would be played in effect, everything from the ones that we're used to at the school level to I saw badminton and cornhole, and everything is listed there. It seems like that I've ever played is put into one of the tiers from purple to red to orange and to yellow. And while I don't have all those memorized, what I can share with you is from a school-based standpoint, we think about our high school sports and we think about even what some of the other schools do. It's based upon the amount of close contact that a specific youth sport will have. So for instance, when we think about something like a solitary one, and I'm sorry, I'm not doing a great job, but things like golf, for instance, that can be played in a purple tier. In the red tier, softball and baseball can be played because there's less individual contact. Then when we get the orange and yellow tiers, that's when we're looking at the footballs, basketballs, and wrestlings and those more close contacts. This is just hot off the press. And they've also made very clear that no competition between individual schools can occur until at least January 25th. We've paused our cohorts also for school-based activities and things like conditioning, which can still occur in purple until the 19th. But know that there's still work to be done to get ourselves back into a school-based design, not just our district, but all districts based upon this new guidance that just came out late yesterday. I think those are the major highlights that you would want to know about schools, school-based sports. And Alan, when we go to 24 and almost right to the end here, that waiver, we submitted our waivers on November 2nd. Of those 6 waivers, we submitted them for all our elementary schools. One school, Pinion Hills Elementary School, the case count in that community, Pinion Hills Elementary School, was at 3.9 at the time. You saw the number more recently. It's above that, but that was approved for Pinion Hills Elementary School. The other 5 schools are on hold. They were denied originally only because of the case count, not because of the content of the waivers. Once the numbers go below the numbers that we need to get below, they will be submitted up to the state by the San Bernardino County Department of Public Health and approved. But right now you can see how far we are from that magic number of 7 and even double that amount of 14. We are quite a ways away from that right now, given just the conditions across everywhere in California, if not the nation. It's the toughest time that we've ever, been through. But all the while, Pinion Hills Elementary School and their staff have been wonderful in terms of continuing to prepare, as have the other elementary schools, being at the ready so that when the conditions do subside and get below the levels that we need to be, we can be at the ready to move forward, as is, of course, most appropriate through safety and the needs of all of our students and entire learning community. So that's slide 24. And then the last one is really just to provide you with this update, these recommended next steps. We continue to monitor the elementary school waiver and cohort date. So the 19th, I mentioned to you about that 19th that was chosen based upon what my conversations with public health experts saying we should start to see not only hopefully a peak, but starting to decline based on the best case scenarios, to be quite frank. I want to be really clear with that. Also, the idea that if our last major holiday of a string of holidays is on January 1st, there's almost a 2.5 to almost 3 week window there when we talk about, a virus moving through the system and quarantine and all those things. We see that as a best case scenario. We hope that can occur, but our commitment is, as always, is to continue to monitor and keep you updated, really moment by moment, knowing that the data change on a regular basis, and we feel like we've got great access to the right information to make those decisions really within the rules that we have to operate in. That second one is a middle school, high school message that we sent home just to make sure everyone understands, and hopefully you understood with that math, with that second semester getting ready to start in less than 4 weeks from now, right? Even, in that 3 week range. Just the math, there is no way that a middle school and high school can start with in-person learning in a hybrid design because the metrics just don't allow for it right now. The purple tier that we're in deep purple right now. And so just had to message to the community, we owed that to them. We really felt like to say that we're going to start with at-home learning to start semester 2. And that's the case, of course, with elementary school as well, but that really driving that home for that middle school and high school level. And then want to share with you the notion of vaccinations. As challenging it has been, we're really looking to be, to submit to be one who will administer vaccinations if we can so choose that to do that. We like that idea. We feel like that's really important. I will give you some updates in that regard. I can tell you one of my colleagues, Dr. Ron Williams, sits on the California Vaccine Advisory Commission, and the news coming out from him being part of that warp speed effort at the California level is that we have a possibility where we can be moving forward faster than what we even hear in the national and local news here. He's experiencing it. I'm so grateful that he's representing, not just the high desert, but California as the ACSA, the Association of California School Administrators is what that acronym stands for. President. He's represented us very well, and hopeful that vaccination process, maybe we can move faster than we're even hearing right now. Even he said it might be possible that by late January, and it's at its best scenario, no promises made by him, but at his best scenario, he feels like maybe we could get to our phase 2 of the vaccination process, and that would mean the educators getting those vaccinations. Nothing's in stone, just exciting to talk about vaccination. And then you see that last bullet that's so important to us. We feel like this is the name of the game here, that we're just reacting accordingly to changes. These changes are occurring at a rapid pace. We took ourselves off the cohorts, as I alluded to earlier, because of the significant community spread, because of our consultations with the experts. But I also want you all to know that we want to get kids back to in-person learning as fast as possible when it is safe enough to do so. And so know that our commitment, that can only occur and our commitment can only be made to all of you and really adhere to if we're reacting, based upon the best data that we get. So those are those 25 slides. The 26th one, though, really gives me the pause to say that's a lot of information, hopefully helpful. Hopefully the update is to right where we are and you understand the commitments. But I'm sure there's some questions. So to you, President Hernandez, and the other 3 board members, what can we answer to give you the latest as it relates to where we are and how we hopefully plan to move forward as we get into January?
Thank you, Dr. Holman. Yeah, that was once again an excellent presentation. Really do appreciate it. I don't know. I think my big takeaway from this every time is that our community needs to come together, and we have our future in our hands. We can direct how our district is moving if we can do the right things, if we can keep ourselves safe and prevent the spread. So do appreciate that. I think that's a big point. Do you have any questions or comments on the other board members? Member Bristol.
Yeah, I just wanted to say great job and a good presentation. It was a good first meeting, a long one, but it was really good. Thanks to everyone.
I feel like, if I may indulge myself here, Member Bristol, it's the fire hose effect, right? It has been a fire hose of information. So kudos to all of you guys for hanging in there for sure. Thank you.
Yeah.
Anyone else? All right, very good. Well, once again, thank you, Dr. Holman, for that. I really do appreciate it. That takes us to board member comments. So I guess I will start off. Took some notes tonight. First of all, such a beautiful presentation by the students today. Such a great part of what we get to do, and the excitement that these kids showed today was just excellent. Which just leads me to thank all of our teaching staff for this remote school process. We don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. I don't want my child to be at home. I want her in school, but I want us all to do it safely. So let's all please keep working to it. I also want to comment, welcome, of course, Member Bristol, Member Flores. Really do appreciate you guys putting yourself out there. It was a big step, and I really appreciate that you guys are willing to step up for your community and be a part of the process. I think you'll find it very fun, very challenging, and a great time. So thank you for that. Once again, I want to share my gratitude to departing members, Funk and Nelson. It's been such a great time. I've learned so much from both of them. Really hope that we can all build upon what we've done in the past and keep moving and keep evolving this entire district into the next level. And I think we've got the team to do it. I had a question regarding hotspots. Do we have an update, perhaps the number in use or number available? Are we meeting the needs of everybody right now?
That's such a great question. Yeah, the real technical answer is a lot. We have a lot in use, right, for sure. But Robert Chacon, he's probably got a better take than me. But I know we had 1,000 hotspots, and just credit to the entire team. I just have to say before I turn over to Robert and that team is large. It extends all the way out to teachers and staff members at sites to ensure that the kids who need these are getting these. And so I think they've done a great job. Robert, you want to add to that and the details on the numbers?
I'd love to add to that, Ryan. I'm just going to simply turn it over to Rick Hernandez, who is in this Google Meet right now, doing the live stream in the background, and see if Rick, you in there real quick.
On the spot, Rick. Sorry.
Maybe not. You tied in. Okay. Never mind. So we have less than 50 according to our spreadsheet that are available right now. So we still have a few sitting out there.
Got a few.
So we've, anybody who's applied, we've been able to help them, take care of them, and we've got a few still sitting on the shelves. So hopefully we have a big influx of new enrollees in second interim, and we could pass those 50 out to needed new students.
Okay. I know we had a differentiation between the Verizon, the T-Mobile, I think it was, based on areas. Are either of them lacking or short, or are we good on both areas, I suppose?
Yeah, they've been really good. It just goes back to that communication piece. I feel like we've done a pretty good job in identifying the areas that needed Verizon or T-Mobile. We have a huge, not quite a GIS map, but kind of a GIS map identifying those areas. But honestly, if we give it to, we loan it out to a student and it's not working, they simply just give us a call, give us an email. We, one, either fix it, or two, give them the, the opposite product from what they already have. So.
Fantastic information. Thank you. Really hope that we are reaching out to everybody and providing that equity piece that we really need to focus on sometimes. I guess my final comment or request, is there an update as of today at Baldy Mesa about the minor construction that we have to do out there?
Yeah, that's a great question. Credit to, everybody. Again, there's just a lot going on, and they sure have been working really hard. Rob, you better speak to the latest on that one there too.
Yeah, Marcus, we have 2 quotes right now, and I'm going to actually have a 3rd quote by Friday. Just kind of going off your lead, just making sure that, we're we've identified the right scope of work, and we're getting what needs to get done at a reasonable cost. I will tell you the 2 quotes that have come in are very close to one another. So that's encouraging, and we'll get another one on Friday just to double check, and then we'll get moving on that project. So that'll be a demo. Everybody we had talked to, that'll be a complete demo of all the stucco in any of the lids. So there's failure throughout the school. Not so much failure, but potential, right? It could happen. So we don't want to take on one, that risk, or two, nor do we want our staff or students to take that on at any point in time either. So we've opted to just do the full demo. We could sleep better at night, everybody in this group, I think, and that's the way we're going to move forward.
Yeah, most certainly. That's not something, I mean, it's really agonizing to have known that was a condition for all these years, and that fortunately it happened when it did. And in terms of the speed of the work or process, I know we tried to give you that latitude to move quickly. Are you satisfied with the pace right now, or how do you feel about it right now?
Yeah, we to be honest, I would have liked to have been started. My goal was 12/1, to be quite honest. Unfortunately, one of our contractors, they contracted COVID, so their crew was shut down. So we had to wait a few weeks for that, and then just finding the the other guy to come out for bid. So to me, we're a couple weeks behind. We're going to do it strategically. It'll be building by building, temporary fencing. There'll be equipment and temporary fenced off areas, nobody in the building. So I think we have a pretty good strategic plan, 6 buildings. So we anticipate, it'll probably end up taking us into February, first week of February, we think.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have. Member Behringer.
Hello there. I just wanted to welcome our new board members. Nothing like holding your feet to the fire on the first meeting, but hit the ground running. And congratulations to President Hernandez in your new role. It's an exciting time. And thank you very much, Mr. Chacon, for your first interim and all of that work with Andrea Padilla and everybody in your department. They do a phenomenal job, and I'll hope for some good news come January. And also, as we draw the year to an end, the calendar year, I'm just excited to move into 2021 and putting COVID behind us, hopefully sometime soon. And I just want to wish everybody a happy holiday. All of our stakeholders should be restful and be safe and have a wonderful holiday. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Behringer. Member Flores, do you have any comments tonight?
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to everybody. Looks like just hours and hours and hours of hard work that goes into preparing these things. And so thanks for all the presentations. I think, like you mentioned, President Hernandez, the kids at the very beginning, it was so neat to see that. I know this isn't the ideal situation for everyone, but to know that that some of these kids are connecting and enjoying themselves, that was really good to see. And then, yeah, all the other stuff, just thank you. Thank you for your patience with us on this first time. And took me a little while on the oath, but after that, I think we'll get the hang of it. So thanks so much.
That's great. Thanks. We took it easy for you on the first one. Next meeting will be tougher. And Member Bristol, do you have any comments?
Yeah, just once again, thanks everyone. And Daniel, you did better than me on the oath, so don't worry about that. One thing that I wanted to say that it's just really burned into my mind during this meeting, and it keeps continuing. So we started the meeting out with the littler children, and we're teaching them, and we're investing all this time and effort and education into them, all the way up until they get into the high school years. So the one thing that really stuck into my mind is getting those kids through that high school. We got to take every advantage we can to get them through, not make it easier, but there's nothing easy about this distance learning that they're having to go through right now, especially with all the changes and everything that's going through their life. So to me, I just want to make sure that everyone, and you guys are doing a great job, but that is an important deal. Put all that time and effort and investment into these kids, and then not be able to cash out on it at the end would be terrible. So we got to just keep that in mind. And that's it. So far, it looks like you guys are doing a great job.
Thank you for that. And moving on to administrative comments, Mr. Miller.
Thank you again, President Hernandez. Just have a few things on the agenda tonight. First of all, I echo the sentiments of Member Bristol. Thank you for saying that, validating our work on the high school front for our seniors in particular. Just wanted to give you a couple information items really quick. School accountability report cards, our SARCs, which we do annually for each one of our schools. They will be coming to you for review on January 12th, and then they'll come back for your approval on the 26th of January. And then in case you're wondering, the other school plan for student achievements, the SIPSAs, you have already approved the NTS plans, and all of the subsequent plans will be coming to you on the 26th of January for review. And then you'll get an entire month to review those, because I know there's some pretty intensive reading there. They'll be coming back to you on February 23rd for final approval. So be looking forward to that. Wanted to give a shout out to all of our elementary and secondary cohorts that worked really hard to get started. And of course, we've gone into a pause mode, but in the kind of similar words to General Douglas MacArthur, we will return. So we look forward to bringing those kids back. We had a lot of success in the very short time that we brought kids back, but there was a lot of gratitude from students, staff members, and families alike, and and I'll tell you, just to be quite transparent, a lot of shed tears on behalf of the teachers to have to revert back to remote learning, because they were really making some positive connections with their kids. And then lastly, Ralph Wiley, one of the beloved teachers over at Phelan Elementary School, shot me an email tonight, just right in the middle of the board meeting. And he shared a tweet with me, and he said how much he really liked it. So I wanted to share it with all of you and anybody who's watching the board meeting right now. From Manuel Rustin, I believe, via Twitter. And here are his words. Students from kindergarten through grad school are enduring a truly brutal time in education. Teachers, professors, counselors, all y'all, please don't let students log off for winter break without them hearing you say you love them and appreciate them for continuing to hang in there. So I echo those sentiments to all of our stakeholders as well. And with that being said, once again, welcome to our new board members, Nathan and Daniel. Just much respect and appreciation to our outgoing board members, Kenny and Dave. They leave quite a legacy here on our board and within our district. Congratulations to President Hernandez for your new role. And once again to you, Christina, much gratitude. You have done simply an outstanding job as president during your time. So thank you for that, and look forward to continuing to serve with you as well. So thank you, everybody. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, everything in between. So have a great one.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Appreciate that. Mr. Zimmerman.
Thank you very much, everybody. I just, running back towards 6 o'clock tonight when we first logged into open session, and seeing those second graders with Mrs. Bader was just the highlight of everything right now. I mean, we all, spent a number of years at school sites. We all miss the school site. That's where, the work's being done. That's where the excitement is. And that was just a huge shot in the arm, as well as just a thank you to Serrano High School, Chaparral High School, the board for being so open to that presentation, Mr. Miller for helping facilitate that with with those staff members to do everything we possibly can, for the success of our class of 2021. I'm rooting for, this is kind of a strange one, but I'm rooting for deferral of deferrals. So I am hoping those deferrals are deferred, and they go away, because that just needs to happen, and that would be great. And again, welcome Daniel, welcome Nathan, Marcus, Christina, Steve, who's not here. Love working with all of you. Very blessed for the team that we have, and just thank you to Dave and Kenny for their service and all that they have done. So everybody, looking forward to a safe and sane Christmas season, and just enjoy and cherish the time.
Thank you, Mr. Zimmerman. Mr. Chacon.
Yeah, thank you, President Hernandez. Just want to say thanks to the group. Welcome, Nathan and Daniel. Welcome to the team. It's a good group. I'm excited to work with you both. Thank you, President Behringer, for all of your dedication, commitment as our moving out president now. Congratulations, President Hernandez, taking in that role. So appreciate you guys. Happy New Year. I'll be cliche at the end. I'll see you guys next year.
Thank you for that. And Ms. Stapp.
Sorry, I have to switch screens. Thank you, President Hernandez. Congratulations to you on your new role as a member of this school board. Very exciting. I too want to thank Christina. Honestly, Christina, you have done an outstanding job, and I just appreciate all of your help and support always with everything I needed your help with. So thank you for that. Welcome for sure to Nathan and Daniel. As you see, these meetings can go long every now and again, and it's one of those things. But we're excited to have you on this board, and we appreciate your willingness to serve for sure. Being a public servant is not always an easy thing and takes a commitment, so thanks. Also, I would like to say thank you to Cheryl Bader for her class and sharing all those sweet kids with us. I just, gosh, I miss that in person and getting to go out to sites and to see teaching in action and everybody working so hard for kids. And I think I've said this a while ago, but I would say I am grateful as a employee of this district, but as a grandmother for board member Bristol's wife, who is the teacher of one of my granddaughters, my 5th grade granddaughter, and seriously, she as well goes above and beyond. And I'm grateful for that, just like we heard tonight from Michelle Scribner and Sabrina Merrick and Dr. Jones, just trying to find ways to help these students, because I have grandkids who are struggling through this as well. So just thank you to everybody. And of course, a wonderful thank you to Dave and Kenny for their service.
Thank you, Ms. Stapp. And last but not least, Dr. Holman.
Thanks so very much, President Hernandez. And I'll just start right there. Congratulations to you as president. Boy, you've just been nothing but one who wants to serve and serve for the best of reasons. And so you'll serve us in that spirit of that word oh so very well in that role. And then on my grid right below your picture is the picture of former president, if I may, President Behringer. Thank you for, as has been said so very well, your outstanding service in that role. I just have to believe it's not an easy role. And President Hernandez, you're going to do quite well on it. And so too did President Behringer. We're grateful for that service, and just so appreciate the standards that you have set, Christian, and you will set as well, Marcus. And then to our new board members, Daniel Flores and Nathan Bristol, welcome aboard, just like everyone has said. When I think of you, Nathan, I think you're a longtime high desert individual, and that's going to serve us oh so very well. You're a captain, you're a leader in your profession, and very clearly fit right in here today. There's been mention of your wife as a teacher, which is, we're so very appreciative. And you have kids in this district, and boy, you've done nothing but say, I want to be a servant leader. So thank you for signing up for this duty and for doing oh so well in this first effort. Just the future looks so very bright, as it does with Daniel Flores. Daniel Flores has known your family for oh so many years, and it's just a pleasure to have you on board with the perspective of your family, your mother, father, and sisters, but also your family of wife and kids here in this district. You are going to serve us oh so very well too. So as has been said, just incredibly well by my colleagues. We are so appreciative of your service already and willingness to do so. And I'll just take a quick moment. Those who ran too, I really appreciate those who ran for the position as well, because it still says, I want to be part of this big effort, something much bigger than any one of us collectively. And so congratulations to all of you. Looking so forward to the work ahead. And when we speak of the work ahead, I got to tell you, my apologies for my growing age, my 54 years old, and my ears. I just want to go back to something way at the beginning here. Did I hear correctly when we moved the dates as well as the times and location? Did we say the second and third Tuesdays or second and fourth? Nancy, may I ask you? I may be crazy here, but I just want to make sure we have the right dates in the record here. Nancy, what did you take from that?
Was Marcus said the second and third Tuesdays of the month, which we know he meant the second and fourth. So probably just getting some consensus that is agreeable with everybody. We don't have to get another vote.
Oh goodness, my apologies for that. I mean, it's part of my nervous jitters trying to step into Christina's role here and flailing on it in the beginning. So my apologies.
No worries.
I should be the one to apologize. I thought I heard that, but I didn't trust myself. So that's rare that I was actually right for once there, Marcus. Though, but honestly, thank you for just making sure that we do that due diligence. And it was actually a colleague of ours here that Scott Cornell, who texted me and said, Ryan, is that what I heard? And I said, I don't know. I think I didn't trust myself. So thanks to Scott Cornell and his outstanding work that he does as the ASB coordinator up at Serrano High School, and a friend of all of ours, to make sure that we're doing what's right there. And then I know this has been such an incredibly long night, but hopefully a very worthwhile one. I want to just end with, for our board members, and I guess anyone else who's listening, administrative staff already knows this. We hear many people say that I can't wait for 2020 to be gone. 2020, let's get it out of here. And so this week we held our leadership meetings, and I just had a quick activity where I asked that, this is the time of giving, and there's so many silver linings in 2020. So share with me your best professional gift that you have been given over the course of 2020, and particularly during, the March up until now times when many people see as nothing but darkness. And just some wonderful answers were shared. And I just want to share my own real quickly. It's back to some things that I've already shared. That back in March, we really asked of this learning community, that is particularly our staff members, I really want to hone in on, to be essentially human. And that's a term that really, to be quite honest, we were making operational as we went along, but it's been operationalized by the 1,000 employees who I'm really speaking of right now. And it includes you board members too, by granting grace, by sharing compassion, by being empathetic, spreading kindness, providing support, all of these human elements that are oh so very needed in these difficult times. And I'm just so proud how the 1,000 employees, this is my gift that I've received, just being witness to how our 1,000 employees have rallied to meet a moment like none other. And I'm going to reference one of my favorite musicians, Jack Johnson. He talks about, in his song called Better Together, he says, I'll tell you one thing, it's always better when we're together. Now, that was a romance song that he wrote for his wife, but I'm using it in the context of truly, when we work together, tremendous outcomes can occur. And I think we're seeing this because we are in some darkness, but there's a light at the end of this darkness when we think about COVID-19. The vaccinations are coming, and in-person learning will be coming too very soon. But what's required in darkness is that we have powerful leadership. And that's where I just think we have been seeing servant leadership, that self before, but that self is never placed before others, that we put others before self. And we've seen that at the board level. We saw it tonight with our new board members, and we see it across the entire system in service of 44,000 residents during these darkest of times, that we've rallied together all of our differences, in these most challenging times to be one. And that's my last musical reference, and I used it just earlier this week, and that's another one of my favorite bands, and that's U2. And as Bono in his lyrics in the song One says, we're one, but we're not the same. We get to carry each other. And I just love that choice of the word get, because we are just so honored. And I, in my role, we get this opportunity to lift up 44,000 residents strong in service of every single 7,500 plus of our kids. And that's the best gift, I'll tell you, that I have received out of 2020 that I would never want to give back, because that opportunity for us to carry each other is right there. And I think we're doing it, and we're doing it well, and we're going to continue to do it even better than we already have. So President Hernandez, thank you for my time and being able to share in this gift, in this time of giving. I've just been so grateful for that gift and been witness to all that I just shared.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. And I guess I want to put one more out there. Thank you to all the participants or everybody watching our meeting tonight. Thank you for being a part of the process, and hope you'll join us again next meeting. And there being no further business to come to the board, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move approval.
Thank you, Ms. Member Berenger. And do you have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Bristol. I am going to miss Dave's run towards getting that motion out there. He was always the first one, and that'll be sorely missed for sure. So if you take a roll call vote, Member Berenger.
Aye.
Member Flores.
Aye.
Member Bristol.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you all again so very much. Thank you, administration. Thank you, board members. Have a good night. Thank you.
Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa,
Merry
Happy New Year,
Christmas, everybody. Happy
everybody. Thanks so much.